people are discussing is the disrespect that foundational Black Americans are receiving as a lineage. This is not due to one person or two people. I don't really like the reflection necessarily. I might put on a little bit later. This is not leading to one person or because of one person or two people who have had a bad experience at an African braiding shop. This isn't leading to that. Okay, this isn't because of that. Okay, now there's been multiple different takes on it. Some people are for it. Some people think it's a little bit too far. Okay, and I would like to hear everybody's opinion on this. Okay, so this is where we are at right now. Okay, this is where we're at, and I'd like to get everybody's opinion, including the Africans. I'd like to get the Africans' opinion on this, and I'd like for them to address this because I've been seeing a lot of different African creators give takes on the boycott, and I have not seen them fully address why the boycott is going on. I've seen them respond. I've seen them dare the boycott on. I've seen them say stuff like that. But I have not seen an African like fully acknowledge and take accountability as to why we're even at this place where we're at. In the last couple of days, I've been having live streams discussing pan-Africanism, and they're biased against Black Americans, which is one of the reasons why we're at where we're at right now. All right. And until people realize collectively, because everybody's not going to do it, but collectively, until people realize why we're at where we're at, then nothing's going to get solved. So I like to hear good, mature, honest people come up here and we can have a respectful dialogue, even if you disagree. Okay, whether you FBA, formerly known as African American, or not. So we got a lot of people, I think, who want to come up. No, a lot of people were up here, but BX, can you set the room? We're going to get started.
Sure, I was sharing out the live. So when you come and you request to get on the panel and you're allowed up, immediately go on mute until directed to speak. When directed to speak, please state your race and ethnic group. And if you're over 18, we're not worried about your pronouns unless you want to be called something other than what you might think we think you are. So when I say race and ethnic group, this is what I mean. My race is Black. My ethnic group is African American / Black American because the two are used interchangeably. But I culturally identify as a foundational Black American. Sorry, I was getting a message as I was speaking. What that means is that my ancestors can be found in the United States Census of 1870, which means their emancipation period was 1863 through 1865. Now, and I do understand there were free people here. So if you are an American Indian, we're not going to argue with you over how we are going to identify as Black. We respect your right to identify as an American Indian, and we do understand that you may or may not have had enslavement in your background, right? Your ancestors. So we understand free people were here at that time too. If you have two parents that come from like Jamaica, Haiti, Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, then you are Jamaican American, Haitian American, Nigerian American, Ghanaian American, South African American, unless you have a cool little nickname for yourself that indicates you are not us. Also, keep it TikTok friendly language only. You guys have to code your words. So you have to say things like schmurder, grape, unaliving, strange fooding, deletion, hard candy, stuff like that. Broccoli, greenery, we'll get it together. But if you are unsure of how to say a word, then spell it out. Also in the chat, do not drop fruit emojis or comment F1 or say I love the TikTok shop. That alerts TikTok to start monitoring us and see what's going on in here. Afro Elite allows everybody to have a voice. So if you're Jamaican and you want to come up, African and you want to come up, no matter the country, because we know it's 54 over there, right? Also, Canadian, y'all are free to come up. See that orange heart by Afroleaf's name? Click that and complete the daily mission so that you can help keep him in the algorithm and in the rankings, improve his ranking. Also, to combat the live from glitching and things of that nature, please constantly like. We will forget to like at times, but when you remember, as you listen to the discussion, just go ahead and tap that screen. Share the live out to your friends. Post it on your social medias too. Let's get some new people in here. I'm pretty sure everybody has something to say. I noticed Afro, the one with the 400 braiders or something like that, a real big shop, has apologized. And her name is Nadine. And there's been other shop owners asking people to understand the Black Americans' plight. I'm going to just say this before people start talking. I think it's a little too late. And I think that, some people will catch strays, just like some Black Americans catch strays who don't necessarily agree with foundational Black Americans. But for the most part, an apology before the punishment really doesn't mean anything to me because we're about to punish you. You get it? So that doesn't mean that they'll correct the behavior. They just don't want to accept our loss at this time.
This means, I think this is it's good that there are a lot of them are coming out the gate and apologizing. That's good. But the thing is that the way I see it, this still needs to go on the way it is, the way we got it. We still got to keep the pressure up because it's too early. It's too early to let go or whatever the case is. Because there are some people who are even saying now, somebody saying, is this Afro Elite that be on Tariq's Twitter spaces? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you all. So the thing is that a lot of them, they are upcoming and they're seeing it. But the thing is that we don't want to keep having these conversations. We want this to be a one and done thing. This needs to be over with. So that means if we give them a slap on the wrist, then they're going to be cool for a minute, but they're going to act back up. Okay. And then there's going to be a disrespectful thing, and it's not really going to stick. We want this to be a one and done thing, so we got to really see this through. That's the way I see it. But I want to get other people's opinion on this. So we're going to go down the list. Let's get to Little John.
Afro Lee, before they start speaking, I'm going to post this on Twitter. Sometimes it kicks me out the app, so just save my spot. I'll be right back.
All right.
I wanted to
Thank
say
you.
something before you get started, and I'm gonna drop on down for y'all. Forget about it. She asked Nadine has actually made another video. And they have
Okay.
had a person calling in that we presume to be not Black American, asking why she doesn't have Black American braiders, and they're laughing and snickering about it. You have to go watch the video, but it's actually condescending and it's really going against what the apology she just made. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. I'm going to have
Thank you, Renee.
see that. And if you don't want to boycott, nobody's making anybody do anything. We're having a conversation, okay? That's what we're doing. We're having a conversation. All right, Little John, you got it. You can unmute yourself, Little John.
Okay, good evening. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Well, I mean, I disagree with anything of the black race or African race fighting and bickering amongst each other. I think this is a wasted energy, a wasted breath, because at the end of the day, you have European immigrants that are trying to take all of us out. And this is almost,
Before you go ahead, can
uh-huh.
I get your I'm assuming I can hear the fact you're black. Can I get your ethnic group, please?
I mean, I'm a black African American. I'm both of my parents born in the U.S., came off
Okay.
the Atlanta
Okay.
slave trade.
Okay. I just wanted to just get that, but continue.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a waste of breath, a waste of energy because we're basically doing what they programmed us to do on the slave plantation, and that is to fight amongst each other and to continue to keep us fighting amongst each other. That's how they kept us stagnated. That's how they kept us distracted. That's how they were able to overpower us. And right now we're on the verge of World War #3. And
I don't
if
know if you can say that on TikTok.
You can say conflict. Or you can
conflict.
spell out WAR.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. What's your time looking like tonight, Afro? You're not going live on YouTube tonight, are
No,
you?
no, not tonight.
Okay, cool.
So
I'll
we
mute
got a
up.
little time. Yeah. Okay, continue. I was listening.
Okay, so basically that's my main point. I mean,
Hmm.
I do go to Africa every year. I've been going for 10 years. I used to go twice a year. Now that the economy is bad, I go once a year. And I understand the difference between people identifying as different things, and I understand all of the things that comes behind the identity crisis that the European Americans did to Black Americans, and I understand the tragedy, and I understand that my grandmother, she was a Black woman, but of course she had Cherokee Indian in her. But I understand how she has the Cherokee Indian in her, and it's all about learning your
Okay.
true history and not relying on just the Europeans' ideas and
And
information. And
okay.
everybody experience may be a little bit different.
Okay, cool.
Right.
Okay,
Can you
and that's
land?
true. Can I?
I, I wanted to make this disclaimer. I've been boycotting the Asians since 2016. We got smoke for everybody. It's just our turn to address the Africans who are disrespectful to us, sir.
Okay,
Yeah, and I
Little John.
understand.
Let me
Thank
hold
you.
on, Little John. You're saying an identity crisis. Do you feel like right now that we're going through an identity crisis?
I do believe that.
Okay, what do you feel like our identity crisis? What do you feel like our identity is?
Well, like I said, that's what I was saying before she made a statement that everybody experience is different. I do believe that there were Africans that sailed to America and did business with the natives way before the colonizers ever came to Africa. I've studied all of my history of the Portuguese, the Arabs.
Okay, well, for the sake of time, my
Yes.
question is now: if you acknowledge, and I'm glad you do, because this already been a fact that's been well proven. If
Okay.
you acknowledge that there were black people here before Columbus, if you acknowledge that, and you acknowledge, I'm assuming that you acknowledge that there were black people who were shipped to the Americas during the transatlantic slave trade, right?
I
Where
acknowledge
where
both of
do you
those.
feel like because now we're recognizing that, where do you feel like the identity crisis is? What gives you the impression that we're going through an identity crisis if you're saying that we have a lot of mixed ancestry from a lot of different places? And how can you say we're having an identity crisis?
I mean, but it was done on purpose. I mean, they did that to us on purpose by, you know,
That's not what
separating.
they asked.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm answering your question properly, and I was a little distracted. I am working, but I am trying to talk to you. But
Okay.
what I'm saying is that some of it is mental. I mean, we went through trauma, and anytime a group of people go through a lot of trauma, I mean, standing there watching your family being separated and pulled apart, and also physical bodies being done the same,
Okay.
it
Well, let
comes
me
it
say,
comes with a lot of trauma.
for the sake of time, though, because I know you are at work and we got a lot of other people who want to speak. For the sake of time, you're saying that right now we're going through an identity crisis, which means that there's some confusion and conflict within us about our identity. So, what do you feel like is the confusion? How do you feel like we are confused about our identity? And I'm asking you that because this is something. Anytime we say we really stand for our lineage and recognize our lineage as our own separate ethnicity. People gaslight that and call it a quote unquote identity crisis. So now I'm asking. You said identity crisis. What is the identity crisis?
Well, I mean, anybody that looks like you and me that are trying to deny their African culture is having an identity crisis. It's just, it doesn't matter where, and I know that they were conquered, and I know that they was named Africans after they was conquered, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what part of the soil you take us to, whether we're born in China, whether we're born in India, we're still the same people. We're still African Americans, or we're still Africans. It doesn't matter.
So it doesn't. So you're saying it doesn't matter how far removed you are from Africa, you're still
We're
African.
still Africans. We'll always be
So
Africans.
so Europeans are Africans then, and so are Asians with that logic, right?
I mean, I really don't classify them as Africans.
Well, if the argument is it doesn't matter how long ago, if you were removed or how far removed you are from Africa, then Europeans are Africans, and
Well, I,
so would Asians be
well, I don't,
Africans.
I don't believe that part of history. I believe that we all came from different parts, and I believe that is, trying to say that
Where
everybody
do Europeans come from?
they came from a cave and a science
How
project.
where did those people come from the cave? They didn't grow out the
The
cave
the Caucasus Mountain.
before they were there. Or Asians. Right, let's not even go there. Or Asians.
I mean, we always want to tie everybody back to Africa, but I just don't believe everybody was a
No,
part of
no, no,
No,
no,
Africa.
no,
you
no,
want to
no,
tie
no.
us back to Africa.
Because you're trying to say, and we had this conversation about pan-Africanism.
Uh,
Are you a pan-Africanist?
I guess you could say that,
Okay,
but I,
okay,
I really don't. I
I'm
really don't identify as
okay,
anything but
brother.
a
Hold
independent
on, hold
thinker.
on, hold on, hold on, brother. Because the thing is that they have this thing, pan-Africanists. I'm not saying you are, but you sound like you are. Pan-Africanists have this thing where everything in the world or blackness revolves around Africa. It's not around black empowerment. Pan-Africanism isn't about black empowerment. It's about this deity of Africa. Now it has become this religion or almost cult where Africa is some type of deity and there's no identity that should be recognized outside of Africa. Nothing should be recognized if it's not from Africa. All right. That's why you're saying things like, well, if you deny your African root, okay, well, how far removed do we have to be to acknowledge roots someplace else? If you set roots someplace else, why can that not be acknowledged? And they argue, well, it's not from Africa. We set up a country, a whole country in another place, and that shouldn't be acknowledged because it's not in Africa. Then it's become this like weird obsession with every single thing has to be about Africa. And it's
I understand.
weird because if we use that logic, that's why I'm saying it's inconsistent. If we use that logic, everybody's African then. If you say it doesn't matter how far removed you are, because the people who wound up losing their melanin due to the evolution from the Caucasus Mountains, originally they were nomads from Africa. So are the people in Asia right now.
Yeah, I've heard that, and I just, I don't really believe that everybody came from the African, but
Okay, well,
um,
that is the theory. I'm just
it
saying
is
that is the theory.
it is
Yeah.
a theory.
Uh-huh.
I believe just like there are different fishes, there's different snakes, there's different dogs. I just believe there's different people, and we're not all the same. But I do believe that Black Americans or whatever you identify as, I do believe that we're all African. Yes, we did have some interaction with the
Hmm.
natives, and yes, there are a bunch of native Black Americans.
Hmm.
And this was actually done even before the Europeans got involved. The Africans had already sailed here. They had already started doing
For the
business.
sake,
Yes,
thank you, because we agree. For the sake of time,
yes.
do you say is there should we not also recognize and respect an identity outside of Africa? If you set up another country in another part of the world, should that not also be identified and recognized and respected?
Yeah, I mean, because we're considered as Black Americans, and I know.
So
Yes, I
where's the
agree with you to
identity
us.
crisis?
I, I
And I'm
I
saying, where's the
agree with you
identity
that
crisis in that then? Of us recognizing the
identity
country we
crisis is
built, of
there's
us
a lot
recognizing
to
we're from the country we built.
a lot of mental illness. I mean, just like even the Europeans. I mean, the Karens calling us
You got
out.
some
Every
static, brother.
slavery did a work on all of us, and I said
You have some
slavery
static
did
going
a
on.
work on us. It's all mental illness.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Can
Well,
you hear
we're
me?
gonna have to. We're for the sake of time because a lot of people want to speak. We're gonna have to agree to disagree. I just find that to be
Yes, sir.
disingenuous, and maybe that is your belief, but I find that to be a little bit disingenuous because we are removed from that land and we built another country with another government and have another culture and another lineage and another history that we keep getting told we need to dismiss because that's not about Africa. And it doesn't matter how far removed you are or what you do in another land, none of that stuff matters. All of that has to be erased if it's not Africa. And
Could
that's
I say
just not
something
the
to
way
you?
the world works.
Can I say
So
something to you?
you have
Do
10 seconds and then we're going to move on.
Okay. The president of the United States of America, he met with 5 different African leaders. Do you not know he met with them to try to find a place to dump you guys off at? Do you not think that was part of the plan?
No, I do not think that's a part of the plan. No, I don't.
Okay.
We're not getting deported. Y'all been saying that for the longest time. We are not getting deported. No, I don't know.
Okay.
There's a lot of reasons why people meet with other world leaders, and deportation is not, no. So no, it's not happening. But thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. All right, yeah, we got a lot of people. Y'all make sure y'all tap the screen. We got a lot of people who want to come up. We got a lot of people who got to say things. I'm gonna have to circle certain people out. But ZZ is in here. ZZ, how you doing, ZZ?
Good, darling. How are you?
I'm good, beloved.
That's a blessing. Hey, BX, how are you, darling?
I'm here. I'm sorry. I was over here trying to eat some ribs,
Oh, as
and
you
then
should. It's all right.
I got sauce all over them. But I'm good. I'm just a little amazed by his ability to make us be Africans when everybody else have their own autonomy.
Well, yeah, that's
Um,
insane.
so he obviously isn't figuring in ethnogenesis and our amalgamation. Because even those who have tested, and my information is from 2014, I do have to, research the latest ones out there. But the average African American that was
Smacking on them
tested are
ribs.
found to be, I'm sorry, of African descent, European, and indigenous. Me being one who took the big three, which was 23andMe, Ancestry.com, and FTDNA. I have all those components plus some Southeast Asia. And when they break it down further, I have some Spanish and Portuguese in there too. So I believe Tyreek's date, 1526, indicates those Africans who were brought over with those from Spain. Some people say they were Moors. I don't know. But today, I am a proud foundational Black American.
Right.
And I'm not saying I don't deny the slave trade happened, and I don't deny having some African descent, but I am not African, right? I'm American. I was cultured differently. My ancestors, their language was taken from them. They didn't even pass down a name. You know what I'm saying? And they knew their names, right? And they didn't pass it down. They did a lot of stuff in secrecy except pass on those daggone names. So I have some questions. And my haplogroup doesn't even come from West Africa. It's rare. And it could be found in 3 places. Well, West Africa. It could be found in North Africa, Europe, or Morocco. So I have a lot going on there. And I think if he feels he's African, even though he knows he has some Cherokee Indian in him, that's on him. You don't get to
Yeah.
put that on all of us. I don't like that. So I'm not totally against finding an African ancestors, because I'm going to wrap it up right here. I believe our ancestors were at WAR with rival tribes, and that it was part of their destiny to be here and birth us, right? But they were different, and so we're different. That's why they was at WAR anyway, and that's just, me being me. The Aquarius I am, so I think it's out of my head a lot. But you can't just go around saying we're all African because we come from Africa, when the numbers are considerably less than what they told us. The most went into Brazil. Now tell them people they all African. Because we ain't get all them slaves that y'all trying to put on us. Our land.
Nah, yeah, that's a fact. But even with him saying,
Okay, boss, can I say something if you
No,
don't
say
you
mind?
something.
can wait.
Okay.
Yeah, like readers. But yeah, even with him saying like, it was kind of like he was contradicting himself though, because he said, "Yeah, I think all of us came from Africa," and da da da. But then he was like, "Well, no, not the Asians and white people. I think there's there were people born on each part of the land. Everybody belongs to their own land. I'm like, well, if you believe that everybody come from Africa and we've all come from different parts of the world, why are you trying to make foundational Black Americans African? Why can't we just be of this land, just like the Asians are of that land, or the Caribbeans, et cetera, et cetera. So it was like a little bit of, yeah, I don't think he was completely sure exactly on the argument he was trying to make, especially when you tripped him up with the Asians and the white folks. I mean, YT people. That was hilarious. But yeah, let me just answer the prompt so you can get to somebody else. What does that say?
It was talking about
FBA.
FBA disrespect leads to African business boycott. That's the
Yeah, I'm going to participate. I know it's supposed to. I don't even know who started it. Hopefully, you can give me some more info on that. I'm not exactly sure who started it, but I am aware that the date we supposed to be starting is next month on August. I'm participating. I don't give a damn. I'm sorry. I'm tired of the disrespect. It's very much needed. There's a bunch of. I've been in DMV. There's a bunch of African braiding shops specifically. A lot of horror stories. I've been to a couple of them myself. Some of them can be very disrespectful. My sister got into it with the owner at the last shop we went to, because of the prices she was trying to do. It was egregious. I'm not going to get into it, but yeah, they've been doing this for a long time. So yeah, it's about time for them to rather. It's about time for them to fill it in their pockets, and I'm all for bringing back money to FBA, other foundational Black Americans. So I'm about to take these braids out like a week or two. My next hairstylist, I'm going to a foundational Black American for sure. So yeah, I'm with it. I mean, they be alright. They got their own communities. They can do it all by themselves, huh? So we're gonna let them see.
all right. All right. Notice when I was talking to him, and this is the thing. I'm not mad at people identifying how they want to identify, but when you come up here and say we're going through an identity crisis, and then I say, okay, well, what gives you the implication that we're going through any type of identity crisis? And notice you can't really substantiate any identity crisis. You can't pick out what is the identity crisis that you speak of. But yet, anytime we say, we're distant, we're really not from Africa, we're not from that continent. Oh, that's an identity crisis. Okay, well, with that logic, then everybody else in the world has an identity crisis.
Right.
Every Asians have an identity crisis. The Europeans have an identity crisis. Oh yeah, you see how that logic is very inconsistent when you use that. Okay, if you say it doesn't matter how far removed you are, when it comes to the boycott and everything like that. Listen, this is something that's been built up for a very long time. This is not just because of Essence. Essence was really the straw that broke the camel's back, that had a lot of people making videos that ultimately led up to this. But the thing is that this has been going on before TikTok. This has been going on before social media. This has been going on. You have elders who come on these lives and talk about their own experiences. All right. So this is not something that is new. This is a problem that's been going on unaddressed for a long time. All right. And it's finally at its zenith now. So this is where we're at now. This is where we're at. All right. Let's get to Wink. Let's get to Wink.
Hey, am I echoing?
Yeah. Let's get to Wink.
Hey, am I echoing?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna come right back up.
Let's get to Wink.
Hey, am I echoing?
That's crazy.
Were you like recording or something?
I'm like, what? How did that happen? Right?
Okay, Hoss, do you mind if I say something?
Hold on, because we got a lot of people who've been waiting. Let's
Okay.
get to. I want to get to the righteous one. The righteous one.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm here. I was talking to my brother. What's going on?
What's good, brother?
Yeah, yeah. I fully support the boycott. I feel like like ZZ said, we should have been boycotting. I'm all with it. These people, they come here, they flee from whatever country they flee from, and they disrespect the people who actually got them there. So disrespect
Okay,
the people who actually
listen. If you don't get the audio, you know what? Okay. I'm trying to be fair, but
Yeah, I
like
don't
it's
know. I didn't
going.
know why it was echoing.
Who
But
removed it?
yeah, I support the boycott. We should have been boycotting, man. I've been seeing the disrespect in Houston, Texas, from these Africans. They copying how we talk, how we dress. You know what I'm saying? Invading our spaces, trying to push their own lesser cultures. And
Yeah. You
yeah,
want
it's
me?
about time I'm glad we standing up. At first, I felt kind of lonely, feeling this way. Actually, been feeling this way for a while. When I'm knowing that immigrants, not only the Africans but the Latinos and the Asians, the other immigrants, they disrespect us too when they come to this country. And so, yeah, I've been feeling like this. These are just the first group of people that we're dealing with, and we need to deal with anybody else that disrespects us too. So that's how I feel.
And this is what I'm saying. This boycott. Now we're talking about Africans because y'all Africans are the ones really speaking the loudest about this. But the thing is that from what I've seen, the boycott is about immigrant businesses in general.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is not just specifically about Africans, but the thing is that you all are centering yourselves, and you all are the ones daring the boycott on. I'm not seeing nobody. I ain't seeing Asians saying that because they already know. Okay, even though I'm not a champion of their businesses because they're notorious anti-black history. All right, but they already know that's not a smart move. Okay, Hispanics already know that's not a smart move. All right, but it's the Africans are the ones who pumping their chest out, saying, "Oh, do it now, do it now." Those are the only people I'm seeing daring the boycott on. Like y'all can actually handle it. All right, and y'all apologizing. It's not even August yet, so we gonna see. It's gonna get ugly. But let's get to Let's see. How do you name
Who is
Keisha?
that? Culture. Let me say this, ZZ. The chat says you're very beautiful.
Thank you.
Afro Elite that's saying you're handsome, and if you could get Tyreek over here, not NBA, yeah, foundational Black Americans. I don't know where NBA coming from. Would like to hear from Tyreek over here on TikTok.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's get to Keisha.
Hello.
How you doing?
So good. I've been waiting, but now I'm in the nail salon, so hopefully I could talk, but probably not for long. But anyway, I am Jamaican, born in Jamaica, raised in America. So I honestly don't support it. I don't. And my reason for that is because when in America, when we're being alienated, when I'm at work and we're alienated, we're not alienated based on if we're Africans or if we are African American. They do not alienate us based on that. However, I do accept and I do see the disrespect where I do think Africans, there you go. I do see where Africans have been disrespectful. I experience it every day. Majority where I work at are mostly Africans. And I work for the federal government. However, we're in my department is a lot of Africans. However, my manager is African American. So I do see that I experience it a lot where I'm at work. I get the hardest time from Africans. However, I do believe, like, I know y'all don't agree with the guy that spoke first, but to a point I feel like right now they want us to be divided. And I understand that you're claiming the FBA and everything like that, and I respect it. Claim whatever, but I just think that this is not the time for us to try intentionally separate, because they don't see us when they see us as black. When they're not gonna, you get what I'm saying? When the police identify black, they're not gonna say this is an African American. This is a
Nobody
black.
else
Y'all come
coming
with the
off the
same
mic.
talking point.
I see a lot of y'all coming off the mic. Don't do that. Let her go. Let her finish.
What you said? I'm not looking at the comment because I don't care. This is my opinion, and I believe in unity, and I believe that we are stronger together. However, the disrespect needs to be addressed. It needs
Okay.
to be spoken of, and we could use this platform. That's one of the reasons why I come on here, because I do think it's something that we could come about and speak about and find a way to come to a resolution, because we need each other. I feel like when we support each other based on our skin color, because everybody's claiming something different, based on our skin color, we can be a support to each other. We can be a benefactor to each other. because there are a majority. Africans are a high majority in America. Caribbean people are, and so are Americans. And I feel like if when they look at us and they're discriminated against, when I say them, I mean everyone else outside of what that looks like me and you. We can find a common ground to say, how can we get it done? This is the disrespect. This is what's going on. We need it resolved. Like you're doing right now. Your platform is doing a good job at identifying this matter right now. And it needs to be spoken of. But I don't personally support the boycott because we should always try to put our money in our community.
Okay.
Because I feel like we can support and we all could be a benefactor of each other.
Okay. Well, thank you. Well, here's the thing. That was the original plan. What you're saying was the original plan, and we've been trying to push that with the Pan-African movement for years. This is way before social media. This is way before TikTok, YouTube, all of that stuff. That was the original plan. Now, what happens is that you have people coming from Africa and the Caribbean, and they're coming over here saying, my intention is not to get on board with that. That's not why I came here. We had a couple of big lives the last couple of days, and you've had African immigrants coming over and they're saying, oh, we came over for work, or we came over for school, and we don't want to rock the boat because we don't want to get set back. We don't want to lose our job. And they say they came over and they came with the intention of doing for self. So this is why we're having this issue, because and I would respectfully request that instead of using the term African American, you use either the term foundational Black American or Black American is fine. Just so we can start retiring the term African American, and getting that out of the lexicon, So for more specificity, I would ask of you that. But the thing is that you can't, we're talking about, we all gotta work together and stick together, right? But the thing is, a lot of these people come with the intention of doing for them and their own ethnic group exclusively. When they hire their own ethnic group. They keep their money in their own like little pocket enclaves and things. They don't like to shop at other Black businesses. It's not like Black people from America helping Black people in Africa, helping Black people in Jamaica. We're not all on that page. All right. And a lot of them will openly admit not to being on that page. And we've had this conversation for a long time. On top of, that's the foundation of the issue. On top of the fact that a lot of them are coming with a lot of animosity and hostility towards us. There's a lot of particular disrespect and animosity and hostility that we face that they don't give to anybody else. They're not disrespectful to anybody else the way they are to us. There's a lot of vitriol and jealousy that they have for us. And it's getting to a boiling point where now it's all like, okay, well, we're past the talking stage. All right. And every time we have this conversation, people bring up, well, don't we all get discriminated? Don't we all have one common good? Shouldn't we all unite? What's funny about that is that earlier this year, we were having the same conversation with the Hispanic community when they were asking for our help with protesting against ICE. And we were saying that's not our problem. And they were all like, no, Black and brown, we got to stick together. We got to stick together. No, when it's up to you guys, y'all don't want to stick together with Black people. All right. And as a matter of fact, they work as collaborators against Black people. Mm-hmm. And then when they need some help, now we got to stick together, Black and brown. And we're seeing the same behavior with a lot of Africans. Okay. They don't want to be around us or shop with us and disrespect us, even disrespect that you've acknowledged. You've acknowledged disrespect. So we're not making it up. And now when it's coming to the point where, okay, well, we're going to just keep our money to ourselves. Now it's time for us to stick together. Now y'all want to come with this kumbaya stuff. All right. So a lot of that is disingenuous. It's not that way because it's got to be rooted in you. Okay. We're not going to be kumbaya when it's convenient for you. That's the problem. And we've been kumbayaing with everybody at our inconvenience, but their convenience. And that's just not going to work anymore. You understand? Oh, she.
Bro, I think it's important to introduce solutions to those who use we, our, and we all face the same. Plus a little brief history. The Caribbeans have never really stood in alliance with foundational Black Americans, no matter how we identify. So we could take one of the most diverse cities, such as New York, and from the time they were allowed to migrate here, right? They were given incentives over our elders and ancestors, and they never reached back for us. So we all know how they locked us out of home ownership, right? Because when they were able to buy and then sell the homes that we couldn't, they only sold to their own. We have Yvette Clarke, and this leads me to modern day times. We have Yvette Clarke, who is Jamaican descent. She's over a district in Brooklyn, but she's also on the Congressional Black Caucus, the Caribbean Immigrant Caucus, and the Haitian Caucus. And she secures wins specifically for the Caribbean, right? But her advocacy for foundational Black Americans pales in comparison for the simple fact that we can't get anything from the Caribbean caucus. We can't get anything from the Jamaican Chamber of Commerce here in our government or the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. So there's a lot going on. And some of those people like Westmore and the girl who interrupted the reparations hearings in Atlanta and the Caribbean who came to the one in New York that they're demanding to be on our reparations bill. However, when they went to CARICOM, we didn't even say boo because we want them to get their money, right? So they know we are different when they're asking for tangible things specifically for their people. And we allow them to take that fight. But when it comes to us, we're asked to, no, it's not the time. We're all Black anyway. No, we're not. We're not Black anyway. You are Jamaican American, ma'am. So now you want to be like an ally to foundational Black Americans. So are you willing to vote people like Yvette Clarke out even though she's your people? Or are you asking for unity because you know the Caribbean businesses are going to be boycotted too? Because they're disrespectful in their establishments as well.
First, let me tell y'all, I live in Dallas, Texas. Where I live at, I don't have no Jamaican, nothing close to me. I don't support no Jamaican, nothing at all close to me. So I am not here. I did 10 years in the military. I've supported this country. I've spent my whole life, anything when I was a kid, younger, back in Jamaica. I spent majority of my life here. What all my friends are, I don't even have a Jamaica friend. So what I'm saying is not based on the fact that I'm trying to be something that I'm not, or I'm trying to think no one is going to harm or there's no way I'm benefiting or not benefiting from this. I still go to work, I still get my pay. Nothing affects me at all. I'm just saying as a human and as a person that identify as Black. That's it. It's not about I'm getting nothing from Jamaica. I don't know nothing about housing. I don't know nothing. When I bought my house, I signed my papers by myself. I never have no help, no support from anyone. So what I'm just saying, I understand
There, because I get the gist. So here's the thing. We understand that some aren't affected by it and some are, but largely foundational Black Americans are. And you're asking us, you're speaking in allyship with the Africans, like not boycott their business. But if you know Black American history, boycotting is very effective or we'd still be riding the back of the bus. What you are operating off of is race. We operate off of lineage now because race is nearly unconstitutional here. Anything we ask for based off race can be dissolved, like affirmative action and DEI. See how that works? So we are affected the most. And you're saying don't do something that we know will enact change for our community. So if you want to be our ally, I'm asking you, will you vote our way? Like it doesn't affect you, but you benefit from all of the work of my ancestors, ma'am, or you wouldn't be here. That's number one, right? And so I didn't say you specifically. I said the Caribbean never stood in allyship with us. Listen to learn and not be offended. So, up here saying we, us, our, and you identify as Black. Yes, your race is Black, but your ethnic group and your lineage is Jamaican American, ma'am. So we are not the same. And nor are we being treated the same. I just told you one of your people of Jamaican descent too is securing wins specifically for her people, and then another Jamaican descendant person is in our government in Maryland denying even a study for reparations. They're showing up throughout the nation at reparations hearings, but we ain't even bothered this, which is CARICOM going against the Brits. So now, if you want to right the wrongs or help us in some type of way, I'm asking for a solution. That's my solution. Are you willing to vote in the manner that foundational Black Americans would like? Otherwise, don't even say we, us, and our, especially not on an FBA platform.
And
Hold on,
host,
baby.
can
Hold
I
on.
say
Hold on.
something?
First of all, no. The answer is absolutely not. I
Good.
vote for the equal
That's
right
fine.
of
That's
every
fine. That's
person.
fine. That's fine.
That
That's
is
fine.
that is
Afro,
not just that. I'm not voting just because
we
they're
got
cute.
her answer. We got her answer. She said no to a valuable solution. So
Okay.
boycotts are
So
going to
what is your
continue
solution
anyway.
then? That she
I'm
You
not
know
believes
going to
in?
what? Let me
argue
go
with her.
because
Okay,
I'm
all
not
right,
gonna
hold
spend
on,
my
hold on.
precious time
Everybody
arguing with you.
pause.
Get it,
Okay,
ZZ.
that was very telling. That was very telling. Zizi, you have a good question. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
what is your solution? Because you're saying that we're all black, we shouldn't be divided, and or things of that nature. But Black Americans, the problem is not that we don't know we're not black, or even the police don't know that we all black. The problem is these Africans and these Jamaicans, Caribbeans, etc. They don't know that they're black, and they want to separate themselves based off their ethnic group. Fine. Well, we're going to do that. We're going along with it. We're not going to continue to allow the disrespect when we're giving our dollars to your businesses. So now we're going to refrain from doing that. What is your solution if not that? Are we supposed to just keep taking the disrespect? Are we supposed to keep arguing? Are we supposed to keep allowing the cycle to continue? What is your solution for the disrespect?
I
Because
gave
you're
the solution.
encountering it too.
I gave the solution. This, like I said, exactly what y'all doing right now, I think is a good thing. Getting the people to talk, getting people to apologize, getting the people to accept their behavior, knowing that this is non-tolerable. We're not tolerating that.
Well, see, no. We didn't done the words. We didn't done
So,
that. We didn't have plenty of conversations. It's an African online right now that was an owner of a braiding shop, which one I've experienced, we're just never going back to. But she apologized. The apology ain't really what we want. We
And the
want the
apology is
action.
only coming because there's a boycott conversation
And
going
threaten.
on.
If it comes under pressure, it don't really count as a real apology. The apology should have happened months ago, years ago, to be real. So the apology is really null and void at this point. What about the actions? What are they supposed to do on their side?
they should be more respectful. Like I said, I've experienced a lot of what you're, because a lot of people, before they see me, I'm American, right? That's the first thing they're going to say. They're not knowing that I was born in Jamaica. They're going to look at me and say, you are Black
Okay,
Who's
we
American.
going to
get
look at you
that.
and
We
say
get that.
that? Who's going to look
90%,
at you?
99% of people. From once
Black
they see,
people of who? Because I would hear your voice and automatically know you're not from me.
but what I'm telling you, most people do. I have my sisters and brothers born here. My sisters are born here, and they speak just like I am. So you wouldn't even know the difference. So you can't just look at a
That's
person
arguable. But go ahead. It's okay.
and say that. But anyway, what I'm saying that I do agree. Like I said, I do see the disrespect. It does need to be talked. But one thing I'm gonna say before I go. Hold on, baby. 1 second. The boycott ideal said is for y'all. But what I'm saying, during this time, who do y'all plan to support?
Black Americans.
So, who do you think was
Okay.
braiding hair before the Africans got here, man? We've been in here before the
I don't really like
1600s.
big
We're
tone, so I'm not
documented.
gonna really
I
talk
don't
to
care
her, and I'm
about
not
your
gonna
tone
go.
either because I know
So
Okay,
you're
okay.
fake and phony. I know you're phony. And I knew you
okay,
was up
bye.
here just for good. Bye.
Yeah, it was time for her to
Host,
go.
if you don't mind, can I say something,
Oh
Do
please?
whatever you
God,
want to
Who's
say.
she is
next?
fiending.
No, what do you? I want. What do you want to say? Because then you're gonna leave. What?
Okay, yeah, it's fine. I know this is a heated debate or discussion. What I'm trying to figure out is probably people are talking about disrespect. And is there any specific things that you can say, okay, when somebody is behaving like this is disrespectful? Because disrespectful is very subjective sometimes. You see there? That is also can bring confusion because somebody can say, oh, you are disrespecting me, but what exactly do you mean?
So
Because
you
if we
don't know.
can
You don't
define,
know what
no,
this
no,
is. You
no,
don't
no,
know
it
what this
is
is.
very general.
So
Disrespectful is not a defined word.
It is a defined word, but
It is
okay.
subjective. I'm being
Nobody come
objective here.
off the
It's
mic.
very
Nobody come off
subjective.
the mic. Okay, so it's subjective. So coming to somebody else's nation and then telling the natives of that nation, the builders of that nation, that they don't have a culture or that they're lazy or unintelligent and
Okay,
that
I
you're
understand. No, I
somewhat
understand now.
superior
It
than
makes
them,
sense.
is
Yeah,
that disrespectful?
yeah, it is.
And
I
that's what we've
understand
been
now.
hearing. So that's the
So,
disrespect.
okay, good. I understand now. Okay,
All right.
these are my points. I don't disagree with the complaints that is coming out of what is going on. I don't disagree. But what I'm going to say is this: I think we are mixing probably three things. One is that we are mixing individual experience with the general experience
No, we're
of a
not.
group. Yes,
No, we're not.
because
Not.
if
We
you
all feel
no
the
no
same way. We've
just give
all
me a
experienced.
second. You
No,
will
stop.
respond.
Everybody stop. No, we're
Yeah,
not.
you will respond.
I'm gonna get
I'm
to
not
it.
disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just giving a perspective.
Hmm.
Because if you mix a personal like me a personal experience with an individual from a particular group, and then all of a sudden I generalize it, then that is also a mistake. Two, there could be a general problem too, because you can count. Okay, each time
Okay, and this is
you
why
meet a
we don't
people.
stop, because you're talking too slow, and we got a lot of people want to say something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is why we cannot solve the problem, and I want you to look.
No,
Where are you
I'm
from?
going to
Where are you
come to the
from?
root.
Where are
Listen
you
first.
from? Where
Just
are
be
you?
patient. I'm going to come
No,
to the
don't
root.
tell me to be patient. You're the one who
Yes,
kept coming off your mic. Where are you from?
I'm from Africa.
Where in Africa are you from?
I'm from Tanzania.
Tanzania. Listen, this is why we cannot solve the problem. Because every single time we have this conversation, you have Africans who come up and try to belittle what they are doing. Okay? They're coming up, well, disrespect is subjective. So, what exactly is disrespect? Okay? And then I gave you the example of disrespect. Okay, I agree. But don't you think that's an anecdotal thing? You're trying to belittle the situation. There would not be a
No, not
conversation.
really.
Listen,
Just let
stop,
me
stop.
explain.
The fact that
I'm
you
not
keep cutting me
belittling.
off is disrespectful. All right? All right? The fact that we have hundreds and now at this point thousands of people who are on board with a damn boycott, it cannot be no anecdotal thing. Nobody's doing this
No,
off of what?
my brother, I didn't say it's anecdotal. Honestly, I didn't say that. I'm not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Starting to
It's not one single thing. All right? And you all keep trying to come in and then belittle the issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's time after time after time. We can give you incident after incident after incident where the entire diaspora piles up on Black America, and we get dogpiled by the diaspora, not just one person or interacting negatively with another person. I'm talking about situations where the ethnicity is completely disrespected and attacked, and we have all seen this. This is why there's this general consensus about this issue, because we can all recognize this. Now you're trying to belittle the situation, and this is what they keep doing, which is why we are not getting anywhere.
Yeah, that honestly validates the disrespect that we're getting. The fact that they're coming in here and trying to belittle it. It's like this wouldn't even be a conversation. A boycott damn sure won't be happening if this was just something that was happening to one or two people. After 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 20, 30, 40, 50, hundreds of people, it's a pattern. That's a problem. It's something that has to be addressed, and we need a solution to it, which is why we're boycotting. So yeah, please miss me with the we all black. This is divisive. We've been saying we all black for I don't know how damn long. Now we being specific and y'all got a problem with it? Yeah. Y'all can get the hell about it with that.
All right, yep. Let's get to the righteous one. And if I drop you guys, I'm gonna have to, because there's like a dozen people in the queue trying to come up. So,
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I'm
yeah,
still not gonna
I had
hope
already
you don't
spoke.
let's
forget.
not be
I had
too
already
long.
spoke earlier.
Who already spoke?
The righteous one, me.
Okay. All right, then we'll get to culture. Culture Kenya media. I don't know if
Thanks, Afro, for the opportunity. I'm African. I'm from Kenya. My family is actually intermarried to Black Americans. So I just wanted to, I've heard a lot of conversations, and just the first point I wanted to say it's a good thing we're having these conversations, but I think they need to be people need to talk more about them, because there's a lot of generalizations about, first of all, about disrespect, because I went to a black college, and we don't disrespect or hate black Americans. Now, I'll say one thing: there is some judgment, but hate is a strong word. And like, I've heard conversations, and even the other day I was out at a white club, and I was asking, hey, where can I see black people? And when I went to the black club, I was like, you know what, maybe it's true, because sometimes you might be taking it for granted that there are spaces where you feel more comfortable, because I want to see people who look like me. So yes, that is right. But we are one of the groups that my family is intermarried to black Americans. And most of the time we're like, we don't even call you black, because black is obvious. We say, oh, they're American. Oh yeah, my cousin is American. We don't even say black, because black is obvious. Like, I see you're black. Why do I have to say black? Like, you're American. You've been here for 600 years. Okay, there is a part of you that left a while back, but you're American. And there's no need,
Let
however.
me ask you this for the
Yeah,
second time,
yeah,
right? The fact that we're coming up here
yeah.
and we're voicing our issue with disrespect coming
Mm-hmm,
from the diaspora, do
mm-hmm,
you acknowledge that those complaints
mm-hmm.
are legitimate?
Of
When we
course.
complain
I.
about the Africans disrespecting, or the diaspora rather, because I don't want to just say Africans, because it
Mhm.
comes from the Caribbeans and from blacks in the UK. Y'all wild disrespectful over there. Okay,
Okay.
so it comes from all over. Do you acknowledge that our complaints of disrespect is legitimate, right?
Yeah, let me answer, but there's a two part to that. There is a yes, but it also comes from the other side too. I will have to say that, and
So we're
you'll have.
disrespectful too.
Yes, because I will tell you, I went to a black college, and the first thing I did, I never hold it personal, but I had a very hard time. And people are like, how did you get here? Like, did you fly? Like, the most hurtful things I've heard were from black people. And I don't want somebody to dismiss my experience, because I don't want to dismiss yours. We need more conversations, and we do not need to be apart from each other, because
Here's
my family is black American. Like, what the hell?
okay.
Am I going
Here's
to?
the thing. Here's the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Is and every time we have this conversation, we run into one of the people who make this argument that it's
Mhm.
some type of 50-50 issue. It's not a 50-50 issue, because if I went to Kenya
Mhm.
and I started saying that you all are lazy,
Mhm.
that you all don't work hard, that you guys complain about the YT man, if I
Mhm.
went to Kenya and said any of the disrespectful, stereotypical things
Mhm.
about you guys or your culture, and said,
Mhm.
well, hold on, you guys disrespect me too, so it's about the same, you guys wouldn't tolerate that at
Yeah,
all.
exactly.
Not
I
at all.
agree. In your own country, yeah, I'll
Yes,
have
yes,
some.
and this is our country.
Yes,
And the
and it
thing
is.
is that the fact that it is our country and that's not being recognized is also disrespectful.
I do agree, but I was at Essence Festival, because this thing started from Essence Festival. Okay, and I do events. And to be honest with you, I do events, and black events. Black, if you're African or black American, it's about the vibe. And when you got in Essence, it was a black American event. There's
Okay,
some
well, yes.
Jalo.
Okay, can you acknowledge what I just said though?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, I acknowledge.
Okay,
And
so if that's the case, we have
Mhm.
been disrespected at a far worse level than you guys claim to be. And I'm not trying to belittle your experience or
Yes.
people who have disrespected you. I'm not
Hmm.
trying to say that that's okay. But I'm trying to say that we're not taking this from an anecdotal, you insulted me. Because that's the thing that you all claim, that you guys have been personally offended or insulted. And we're saying that we have people who are coming not only to disrespect, we also have people who are literally undermining. They will go into political positions and they will say we don't deserve reparations. They will go into political positions and elected seats, and they will section off resources specifically for immigrants in the immigrant communities. All right. and we can give you names of
Okay,
people
that
who
one I
have
have
done
to
that.
agree. Okay,
All
that
right.
one you got me.
So it's a little bit deeper than people being personally offended. But since we're talking about the disrespect, this is what we're talking about, the fact that you all are coming over here and you're parrying a lot of the stereotypes, the anti-black stereotypes that we hear from the dominant society.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
this is why it's led to this point.
and I agree with you on the reparations thing, but I think more conversations need to be had because I think there's a lot of things being said that we've disrespected you or we hate you or we don't like you. We love you. Like me, I grew up watching Martin, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to make my first Black American friend. Like that's what that, that's what really, when we came to college, that's what it was about. We had a hard time, okay, but I grew up, I got a job, and I got over it. I'm like, okay, that's like a high school thing, although it was in college. But we don't go, we do not hate Black Americans. There is conflict, and I hope we can come to a resolution where because we are the same color, we actually are one. We have more in common because I do events, and the people who've supported me more in my events are Black Americans, man.
And you
Like,
see how much we support. Thank you. And nobody is saying hate. Okay, that's kind of like a
Yeah.
straw man argument. That's not what we're saying.
okay. Because
Hate and disrespect are not the
I've had
same
somebody
thing.
say we hate them. I'm like, what? No,
Well,
there is
we're not
conflict.
saying that here.
Yeah, there is conflict, but it should not go to where we are now trying to do harm to each other. It should not get to that.
And
I think,
it's not, we're not trying, I don't wish none of y'all harm. I don't wish none of y'all harm. I don't condone anybody harming you
and
all.
we do support
I'm not
Black
gonna I'm
businesses.
not doing that.
We
Now
do
a
support
boycott
Black.
is different though. A boycott is different. I'm not gonna
And let
wish
me
y'all
tell you,
harm, but a
Afro Elite,
boycott is
about this
different.
boycott.
Can I bring something to foundational Black Americans' attention? We have party promoters, right? My cousin is actually a party promoter, one of my older cousins, because I have a very large family. Why we have foundational Black American party promoters? Why are we giving Africans the portion of that?
No.
Business?
I do African
Hush,
events.
hush, 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 hush. You said you did Essence Fest. That's fine. That's
No,
fine.
no,
So
I
you
went
only
to
do, you
Essence
said
Fest.
I work with and for Black Americans, right? You do events for Black Americans,
No.
correct?
I
Who
do
contracts
African
you?
events, and then what I
For
was saying is
Americans?
Black. Yeah, no,
Uh-huh.
Black American events, African events. So I do Afrobeat, but what I was saying is that most people who started coming to when it's an African event, but you start seeing, wait, there's a change happening. Like a lot of Black Americans are coming to my events, a lot of Jamaicans. So I had a really
So
big melting
we're
pot.
partaking. Okay, so we're not contracting you. We're just partaking a piece
Yeah,
of your coaching,
you're
engaging,
coming in. Yes.
supporting. We're supporting. Okay,
Yes.
that's different because some of my friends do like Afrobeats, so I get it.
Yeah.
But since I'm here, okay, we do have party promoters, y'all. Please make sure that y'all utilize them. Okay, they
And
play
actually, I
everything
wanted to say
too.
that's our strong points. We do very well with events, the African diaspora with Black Americans. We all support each other.
And this
So
is and the
there's
thing
no need
is
for
that
division. There's no need for
because
division.
we can't say the same. We can't say the same.
Oh, we support you
All
guys.
support
Come
each
on,
other.
man.
It's not the same.
We
And
do.
I'm not saying you. And every time we do that, people censor themselves as an individual.
No,
No,
not
I
me.
do.
Not me.
Me.
We're the most
Everything. I
intermarried
want you
group.
to look at the situation from a
Afro,
third
we're the most intermarried group out
perspective.
of all the Black people.
Dude,
Most Africans are married
stop.
to Black Americans.
Stop. That's not what we're saying. Okay? Okay?
Go ahead.
What we're saying is that the reciprocity, the support that we give you all is not reciprocal. We are not receiving the same amount of support.
Afro, we are 2
Give you the
million people in the
diaspora.
US. You're 40
Okay? And the
million. How much
reason
can we
why, sir,
support? We are very
Essence is
little,
a
man. We're only 2 million Africans in the whole of America. You're 40
dude.
million.
Stop. Stop.
We
Stop.
can't.
Because I'm not saying the amount as in the actual percentage of population. All right? I'm saying based off of the fact that there's a lot of Africans that like to keep to themselves. and Africans that like to keep their money in their own ethnic community in America. All right,
That
Like
and
us.
we have that, and you please don't deny that that is a thing. That
that's
is
how
a
you
thing.
start. You build a
Essence, sir.
community.
Essence
Do you have
is
a business? You have you have a podcast. That's how you start. You build your own.
well, we can't have no civil conversation if you keep cutting me off because we got so many people who are trying to speak. We got a lot of people trying to speak. All right.
It sounded like he was begging a little bit. Only 2 million, but we're voting them into positions of power, and they're denying
Mm-hmm.
things for us. In New York alone, the activists here asked 50 Afro-diasporan politicians and nonprofit organizations to help us get a bill passed for specifically Black Americans. They said no if they weren't getting a cut. So I don't care how many Africans, 1, 5, 10, 25,000, 100 million. I don't care. If they're voting against foundational Black Americans, they're an issue. Because we're not trying to harm y'all. We didn't vote against them going for their own reparations or to have these caucuses and stuff. But now I see it's an issue, and I'm going to drive home the point that all of that needs to be disbanded. If you're talking unity and asking us to stop the boycotts, then you got to come with something to the table more than your feelings or fear. Okay? You got to come with that. You're going to vote people out that are harming foundational Black Americans. And the same communities that y'all have y'all businesses in are the same ones that y'all are saying are run down. But we're not getting what we need to fix those because y'all are getting everything because y'all have organizations with millions of funding just for y'all we can't draw on. So don't come up here with no empty feelings of fear so that we haven't knocked y'all upside the head. We're initiating boycotts, and I'm asking y'all to vote at least one time in our favor. If you can't do that, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about, guys? And if y'all think I'm aggressive, then fine. I don't care. I don't care. I care about my people more. I cared about y'all enough.
Okay. We're gonna move because we got a lot of people. So let's move on to more. It says love more, hate less.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, finally you get something. All right. Thanks. Um, I mean, okay, let me go straight. First of all, the argument about you guys don't want to call African American, that's a legitimate argument. You guys, as far as I'm concerned, you guys been away from Africa for way too long, and you guys don't want any lineage with Africa. That's fine. That should not be an argument. It should not be an argument. And us Africans, if there's any Africans on here, please don't. That shouldn't be our concern either. Whatever they decide to call themselves, that's them. We didn't label you. We didn't label you guys. The whitey label you. The whitey label you as that. So when you don't want to be that, you said you want to be Black American or FBA, fine. That's who you gonna be to us. So what you're gonna do is you take it to the people that label you and have a discussion with them. Let them change your labeling. Okay. So I'm moving away from that. And just saying that you should not be fighting with us concerning that. That should not be your talking point at all. Take it to the YT, have them change your labeling and to FB and everything, so we will recognize that. Now, secondly, the disrespect that you highly emphasizing on, I don't legitimate it at all. First of all, you guys made a whole trend about our food, fufu, how nasty it is, how everything. Isn't that a disrespect? That's a gross disrespect. And we as Africa, we here, we just minding our business. We didn't say we disrespect you, right? Okay, first of all, before talking about the disrespect, what is disrespect? Di- okay,
Why
no,
you acting like you don't
disrespect.
know what the hell
What?
disrespect is? Good grief.
They now they don't know what
Are you
Now
disrespect
we
listening?
is.
don't know
No,
what
no,
the
no,
fuck
no,
disrespect is.
no.
This
I
thing.
say first of all, before I go further with this disrespect, let me explain more about this disrespect. Disrespect is when one set of people think that they are so much, right? And now you think that what we do is uh we. we are that we just coming from Africa. We should not talk to you guys in that way or whatever. But now, okay, let me go again. So the disrespect starts with you guys with all this fufu stuff, and then secondly, what happened whenever we come to the states? Just like this brother said, who which set of people he had challenges the most with is Black American.
Okay,
Asking him,
for the sake of
asking him
argument, I'm
why.
gonna be
Okay,
honest, brother.
now
Hold on.
secondly, right?
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna
See,
give you a
are
check.
you giving
I'm
me?
gonna stop. Hold on. I'm gonna let you land. Okay. No disrespect. Now you saying this not disrespectful, but no disrespect. Your English sucks.
Yeah,
You
I
have
can't understand
terrible
jack
English,
coming out your
and
mouth.
your audio was bad. So I'm gonna
Yeah.
let you
Okay,
land so we can address what you're saying.
that's fine. And my
Okay.
English, my English gonna stay like that because I'm an African. I never want to be you.
You
I
gotta
never
calm
want to be
down.
part of
Your
Hold
you.
on,
English
hold
is
on.
gonna
So
Yeah.
If
You
you
gotta
took
calm
a few
down,
okay.
dog.
breaths
Your
and
English
calm
is not gonna
down.
stay like that here. That's the thing. I
oh,
don't care
oh,
what you do in
oh,
your life.
oh,
Here,
when
right now, your
okay.
English is not gonna stay like that in
When
this conversation.
I'm
So
telling you,
land your plane.
I'm telling you, go about your boycott. That doesn't matter to us. And you telling us that we
Okay, thank
disrespecting
you.
you. You
Hold
think
on.
you're so much of yourself. You're not. You're not. And you starting this. You starting this. And you think that we're gonna bow down to you. No, it's not possible. You have met your match. And right now it is. And
Mm.
and now it's like you throwing tantrum, and we don't care about your tantrum. You could go jump off a bridge and unalive yourself. We don't care about your tantrum. Go about it. Do your boycott. And what else you guys doing? See, so some of you guys so arrogant and and,
Oh, he got
and
real clear with the
No, come on.
disrespect. I
Say
didn't
it.
hear
Say
that
it.
shit.
Say it. Speak
yeah.
up. Speak up. Come on.
Some of you
Speak English.
so
Say it. Say it. I
arrogant,
want you to say it. Say it.
arrogant, and you guys talking about pew pew. Go ahead with it. We we are not here to not here to WAR. Just the stereotype you have about us is that we come here, we come to work, we stay, we mind our business. We don't care about you guys because you guys been disrespecting us all through this time, and now you telling us that that we should keep our mouth closed and we should be trembling because you are kind of special person. As a matter of fact, this racism that this guy talking about, he experiencing from you. And I had a African yesterday saying from Africa calling on the line, she experienced racism from you. So it's like you guys as being
So we the
a
problem. Say
white
it.
tea.
Say it with
Yes,
your chest.
yes,
Say
yes.
it with your
You
chest.
guys
Come on. We the
are
problem,
the
right?
problem.
We the
You
problem.
guys are the problem. You, you guys are problem amongst the black community. So yes,
We're the problem in the black
you
community. Black
Wow.
you
Americans
guys
are the problem in the black
go ahead,
community. Say
be
it.
your
Just say
FBA.
it.
We don't care about you. You being FBA or stuff like that. Go to the YT. Tell them to change your label. We don't care about your label. But you're not going to disrespect us. You have met your match. We will match you. We will give you your energy. The energy you gave us. That's what you're going to have. We're not going to bow down and do your boycott. Those African businesses are meant for Africans. So if you
Well,
bet you I bet you never patronize any of the
I'm tired of the battle. I don't know if I can handle too much more of that. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a lot. He
Where
got
are
real
you
clear with the disrespect.
from, sir? What country are you from?
Yeah,
Because it's
that's the last
54
question.
countries over there. Yeah. Like, do you speak for all Africans or just your country? Like, what country are you repping right now?
I
Like, I
speak for
rep
all
the foundational
Africans. I
Black
speak
Americans in the
for all
Bronx.
Africans. I
No,
speak
no.
for all
Okay,
Africans.
where are you
I
from? Don't be
never
ashamed now, cause you be
no no
talking a
no
lot
no
of
no
shit.
no
Don't be
no no
ashamed
no
now.
no no
Where
no
are you
no no
from?
no no. I'm from
Where are you from?
Sierra Leone. I'm from Sierra Leone, West
Sierra
Africa.
Leone.
Africa
Okay,
is
that's all we
in
needed
me.
to know.
It's in my
All right.
blood.
I
It's in
would
my
say have a good day,
DNA.
but I really don't care
Oh
for
my
you to have
god.
a good day.
Thank
All
God.
right. Do
He
y'all
was
see
going to
that?
stroke out.
Do y'all see that? Did I say anything to?
No.
We've
No.
actually been very civil thus far, this whole live, and he come
Mm-hmm.
over talking about it. Don't matter if we jump off a bridge. Damn. All right.
Yeah.
That's how you feel. Okay.
Yeah, he got real clear with that disrespect. I couldn't hear half the stuff he was saying, but I heard that disrespectful
Okay.
tangent he went
We
on for
insulted
sure.
him by saying his English was bad after he kept going on and on and on and on. He
Yeah.
started He got off the mic disrespecting us. He
Yeah.
got off the mic, barely speaking English, talking about we met our match and started with the little bit of English that his little ass could speak. He spoke it
Mm-hmm.
to disrespect us. All right. Now,
Okay, my
I
turn.
want y'all to
My
everybody listen.
turn.
For all of the people who are gonna play obtuse, for all of the people who are gonna play, well, what does disrespect mean? I don't even know what disrespect. What do we do? What is disrespect? That
Right.
exhibit
And
A.
he asks,
Exhibit
"What
A.
is disrespect?" You see how disingenuous that shit is. I don't even want to hear anybody else to come up here. That should just be a red flag. Either for them to be a troll, an agent, or clearly got some anti-Black American vitriol, because you know what disrespect is. You knew exactly how to get disrespectful when you wanted to get across the disrespect to us. We said we couldn't understand what you were saying. Oh, I got you niggas. Jump off a bridge. It was real simple. It was real easy after that.
Y'all some
So yeah, these people are
agents.
disingenuous, man. Very much anti-Black. Very much
Y'all
have a
some.
lot of jealousy for Black
Oh,
Americans.
hold on. We
And
got another one. We got his little brother up here. Hold on. You said we some what? What are we?
I said y'all some agents for real.
We're
oh great,
Oh, I
agents. We're
mean,
agents.
soup. Yep.
So the
But
person
I
who
was
told
here
us to
before
jump off
anybody
a
else.
bridge isn't the agent, but we're agents, right? How are we the
So I
agents?
thought you were indigenous. Is that what you are?
Am I indigenous? I'm a foundation Black American.
Okay, so you're not Indian. You're Indian. Do you claim as Indian or
Well, I claim foundational Black American. I am a foundational Black American.
so that's basically Indian, Native American. That you
No,
claim
not necessarily. No, because you got to
because
do your genealogy to verify that. But I do
if
know
that's the
my lineage is FBA.
okay, so
But you said
if
we're an
that's the
agent. You said we're an agent. How is that?
because if that's the case, then you can't. You guys cannot be black if you're FBA.
where you
How,
from?
You
how can
Where
we
your
not
family
be
Native
from?
black if we're
Americans
FBA? How so?
because Native Americans they're not labeled as black Americans. They're not black race.
Well, we said you're saying Native Americans. We're saying foundational Black Americans.
Uh, you guys are still not claiming Africa, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, so
So
you can't be black. Hold on. So you can't
Yeah.
be black unless you claim Africa, right?
yeah, yep.
Where's your flag? That flag. Where's that flag from?
West Africa.
So you're in West Africa now?
No, I'm in the states.
Of course you are.
Y'all always in the states. Ain't
Always,
that
they ain't
y'all
never in
always
Africa.
in the states. The main people bragging about Africa don't live there. Okay, I just want y'all
I'm
to
not
see that.
bragging about
The
Africa. Though.
people bragging about you can't be this unless you're from Africa. You can't be Africa. Where do you live? Detroit, nigga. Damn,
Every
I'm
time.
saying every single time. Okay, look, you can't make it up. You can't make this up.
But I'm
Okay.
saying though, like if you
I
not,
have a question. Wait, for you, Verdian. So the new African immigrants that are migrating here, do you know they opened up an office called the New Americans, and they are for immigrants, including the Africans. And the African Immigrant Caucus, I believe, is calling themselves the New Americans. So they're basically telling us that y'all are telling us to identify as African, but y'all are establishing yourself as another group known as the New Americans. Do you see the disingenuousness of
where is
that?
that?
Like, do you get it?
Where is that?
Well, you could start with your Googles. You could research
Where
New
is that?
York Gov. Hold on, I'm going to tell you because I'm familiar with you, so I know what you're up here doing. So you could research New York City's government and look for the Office of New Immigrants, New Americans, okay? Because they're recruiting y'all if y'all want to work for
Does it
immigration.
say does it say
I
Black
don't want to work for
Americans,
them
new Black
though.
Americans? Does it say new
Dude,
or
okay,
new
stop,
Americans?
stop, stop, stop.
So
Okay.
Americans are not just black people. Like there's
No,
all
New
kinds of
Americans,
Americans.
and there are
New
Africans
Americans in the continent of
who
America.
flee from Africa, who leave Africa with no intention of going back to Africa and want
I
to
am.
become
I go
American.
back all the time. I'm back and forth. Like, what do you mean?
No. You don't go back to stay back. That's the
I
difference
go
with
back
y'all.
and forth. The same thing.
No, ain't no same thing because you're in
I
the
never
States
left
now.
Africa,
You're
bro.
in the
It's
States
just a
now. You're in the
pit
States.
stop. Pit stop.
Ain't no pit stop. Y'all be
We
lying.
Africans, we all over the world, but we go everywhere.
No,
We go
y'all
Africa.
don't.
We are
Y'all wouldn't be here
we
complaining about boycotting businesses if y'all was sitting up there in Africa that deep.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all want to come over here and live here and integrate here, have a business here, have a family, have a house, all that stuff here. Otherwise, this boycott wouldn't even be bothering y'all, but y'all very triggered, okay? And you thought you could slip me up with the whole, are you native? Are you this? Are you that? I'm FBA, and you can't say I'm not black.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say that. Moving on, let's get to basic. You got it, brother.
What's going on, everybody? What's up, FBA? I just want to say that I'm glad that we are finally boycotting these people, Africans in particular, because I think they've had this a long time coming. I think Africans have been disrespecting Black Americans for decades. We've let it go on for a very long time because we have so much love for Africa because we all believe that that's where we were from, and we believe that those were our people and all this other stuff. And then now you just got to a new generation that's just tired of the disrespect. And now what we see is a bunch of people coming up here who don't actually care. They want to get up here and lie. And you got one dude who couldn't speak no English, but he's so mad that we gonna boycott some businesses that he just spitting on the mic as he's talking. Nobody can understand nothing he's saying, but he can, he's just coming up here with this weird energy. Like, these people are so mad, but when you meet them in real life, y'all are real nice in real life. That's one thing I have noticed. Y'all are extremely nice in real life, but y'all get on this internet and y'all just crash out and crazy, and y'all about that life. But I'm just happy that we're actually doing this, and I hope that it lasts a very long time. I believe that Black Americans should focus on building our own businesses, open our own businesses in the braiding or whatever else these people provide in our community, and just shut them out. I think it's time for us to really get back to doing what we used to do, because we used to boycott, and the boycott would last for years. So it's really time for us to get back to how we were, and don't let these people come with these fake apologies, because if they really were apologizing and were about unity, they would have stopped all this xenophobic stuff years ago. They've been xenophobic for a very long time, but now they're trying to blame it on FBAs, and we have the receipts. I have articles written by Africans from years ago where they were calling us cultural appropriators because we were wearing African garb to actually give respect to Africa. But you had Nigerian writers talking about, oh, we are appropriating their culture. You had this Caribbean author who wrote about this in the 60s, talking about how the Caribbean people don't like the American Negro. Like, this stuff is deep, and we didn't do anything to these people. So I think it's time to shut them out. Pan-Africanism is over. It's nothing but a class of raccoons over there. All they do is allow disrespect to their own people. And that's exactly what they mean when they say we are our worst enemies. They're not talking about us against, the so-called diaspora. We're talking about the raccoons who go against our ethnic group to appease other people. So Pan-Africans, the Black Americans, and Pan-Africanism, those are the biggest ops that we have, because the rest of these people, they can't really do anything to us. Africans can't do anything to us. The Caribbeans can't do anything. It's the raccoons amongst ourselves. These other people can just be shut out. That's all.
All right. Now, I want to say something real quick. He brought up the thing. There was a video from some years ago where I guess they were doing like a reaction test where they bought some contestants up and tried some African food. They had some jollof rice. They had some fufu and some other dishes and things like that. Some of the most popular African dishes that they claim they've never tried before, right? And some of the contestants said that the African dishes were nasty. Okay. Now, they also did that with different Caribbean dishes. They did that with different dishes from different places. All right. And some of them were saying that it was nasty. A lot of Africans got very, very offended by that. Okay. And when you look at the people who were actually a part of the contestants, some of them were Caribbean. These were not just all Black Americans, but yet it was only Black Americans that the Africans got upset with. We were the only people, even though a Caribbean woman, she would take some of the fufu and eat it and say it's nasty. They're not mad at Jamaica or Haiti okay, or Trinidad. But when a Black American does the same thing, now Black Americans are being disrespectful. All right. So it's this thing of you guys are looking for things to be upset with us about. And it didn't start there. It started way before. Y'all been called saying Akata for a very long time. All right. There's been songs and stuff like that about Akata, and people, the disrespect didn't start with a video of people, a few people not liking Fufu. That's not what it started with. All right. And the whole, all we do is we mind our business. We mind our business, man. Okay. That's not the truth. That's not the truth. We can talk about politics and say that's not the truth. About how politicians from, not from America, foreign politicians will go up into office and they will do everything they can to pedestalize their immigrant community over Black Americans. All right. We have sitting politicians today doing that. All right. So it's not just about somebody calling somebody a rude thing or somebody being offended by something. We have people who are literally undermining our progress. All right. We got panels and you'll have somebody like Charlie Kirk say something and then be all like, oh yeah, they don't deserve reparations. They were never a slave. You want to come up? Okay, hold on. Because we got somebody, if you a big talker, let's hear what you got to say. I appreciate everybody's patience. Big Fish, you've been talking a lot. Where are you from?
I have. I'm from Sierra Leone, West Africa.
A lot of you. Okay, all right. Sierra
Where,
Leone. Where do you live now?
I live around the world. I travel everywhere.
Where do you live now?
Currently, I'm in
Where's
the
your
United.
residence?
Correctly,
No, sir.
hey man, let me answer the question, bro.
No,
Calm
no,
down.
no. Hold on.
Correctly,
I will. But as the host, for context, I need to know this. Where do you live now? You can't say all around the world because everybody lives on the world. So where do you live on the world?
I'm in the United States. Stop talking too much. I can answer you. It's not a big question.
Okay, it is a big question.
Y'all tap that screen, please. It's 30. It's 276 in here, right? And Afro's only at 35.7K. Let's get them up to 45, please. Share the live out too, so we could get some new people in here. I'm familiar with Big Fish too. I had an encounter with him.
I know who. Go ahead.
The only thing I'm saying is all this big talk that you are doing. There's a truck driver right now in Kansas City that's getting bullied by white folks. I don't see y'all FBA is trying to help him out. I don't even hear y'all talk about it. But you steady putting your focus on people that look like you, because this is what he calls the slave mentality. You got all these Italians over here, all these white folks over here. You're afraid to talk to them. You're a pussy, boy. Talk to the white man. You're picking on your own boy, you little pussy ass black boy.
Oh, but your country,
Fuck outta
Sierra
here,
Leone.
boy.
Hold on. The African continent is 80% Africans, 20% colonizers.
Truck
And
driver.
y'all don't own your own.
Help the truck driver.
You don't own your resources over there, sir. Big chat from a fool over here messing with us. How do you know what we are doing? How do you know how we are networking? You seen one
Because you
video.
don't say
Hold on. You listen to one video. We strategize offline too, sir, but you ain't foundational Black American, so you don't know what we're doing, sir. You're not like us. Your whole country lost. That continent is losing. There's 33 underdeveloped. There's 33 underdeveloped countries over there, sir. And that's over half.
Can I say something?
That's over half. No, you cannot.
Because if he's
No,
not
you
gonna stay on
can't.
the mic and
No,
he's
you
just gonna
can't.
rant, that's the thing.
Let me tell you Africans something.
Which is showing they are very bothered. Because if they were
Very.
unbothered, they wouldn't be up here doing that. They wouldn't be up here doing that, being unbothered at all. And let me say something else. The whole, well, y'all don't say nothing about them, and y'all don't. First off, we do.
Right.
Yes, we do, actually.
We
It's
made
every
what to do.
single time we address y'all want to deflect and talk about, you got to talk about this and talk about that. No, it's time for your ass to be checked. Every single time it's time for them to be checked, they deflect and say, talk about something else. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. This is the prompt. We're talking about what y'all been doing. All right. And you sitting up there trying to make it seem like we scared of something. No, you scared of the white man. You living in America. You could go home if you don't like the white man that much. You clearly like the white man enough to move from your nation to another nation, another country,
Come
in
on.
another continent, talking about how much we love the white man.
And he's projecting because they know, black people globally know that we are the damn near, we was the only ones for a long time, but we are definitely the main group that has consistently fought against white people or white dominance. Period. We are the only people that do that consistently, and not only for our group here, but for other groups around the world who are affected by this system. So come on, brother. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. The problem he has is that we're slowing down. We ain't walking and chewing gum for every goddamn body no more. We doing it for ourselves. And now he wants to deflect and talk about something else. Brother, go back to your homeland. Y'all got problems over there you can worry about.
Notice he didn't want to say where he was from either.
Yeah,
Until I
around
pressed
the
him on
world.
that.
I knew he was American when he said that. Around the world. Nigga, please. Negro, please. You know what he meant. We already do.
Okay. Let's get to now. Let me see. Jimothy
brother. But
J. Tommy. Okay.
that's close enough. Hey, peace to the room. Thank you for bringing me up, brother. And look, I just want to put all this in context for my foundational Black American family. See, what we're seeing right now is basically what has taken place on the continent. Right now, Africa is the most divided continent on the planet. There's more xenophobia and tribalism there than any other place on the globe.
You ain't lying.
And look, right now, you've got the Ghanaians kicking out the Nigerians. You've had a whole genocide in the 90s. And what you're
Oh,
seeing,
you
brother.
can't say that word there.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I ain't been on this
But yeah,
platform
but
long.
yeah,
So.
okay, keep going.
So what we're seeing over here is the cultures, the same cultures that have been on the African continent fighting and bickering for 300 years, bringing those same failed divisive cultures over here and causing problems with the only people who've ever reached out to help them. Now get this, right? From the moment that they touch down in America, they have access to minority loans, scholarships, benefits, housing, all of these things that our ancestors fought and bled and died for simply because they showed up over here as a melanated person, right? We have a verified history of real organic pan-Africanism. Now, if you follow what's taking place over in the year return with Ghana, and if you keep your ear to the ground with other Pan-Africans that are over there, what you find is that from the moment Black Americans, when they go over there to try to go build with these Africans on some Pan-Africanism, from the moment that they touch down, they are targeted. They're targeted for scams, price gouging. They're over there knocking these folks' homes down. They're buying land, and then chiefs are coming back and saying, no, that's my land. And they're just removing these people off of their land and leaving them homeless. Even in places like the Gambia, there are travel advisories because they're over there targeting Black women for murder. Now,
Can't say that
Oh,
either.
yeah.
Though.
dang, my
Should I
bad.
reset the room? Should I
Yeah,
reset the room?
please, because
I'm sorry,
Okay.
y'all. My bad.
Okay, y'all. So by now we know what race and ethnicity is, right? We know the difference and stuff. Foundational Black Americans, our technical terms are African American / Black American. If you do not have ancestors and you do not descend from United States chattel slavery, then you are not African American / Black American, nor can you identify as foundational anything, okay? So foundational Black American, you can't identify as that. They have foundational African Americans now. Foundational Puerto Ricans and foundational, I think, Latins. There's a lot of foundational people
And they
popping
all
up.
live in the States, too. They're foundational
You
everywhere
know,
but where they're from. That's funny.
Wannabes.
right.
That's a fact.
So here's the issue. We are heavily censored on TikTok. Some rooms can get by with saying certain things. Unfortunately, we're not, and we're not trying to test the waters anyway. So here we ask that you say like YT grape, unaliving, deletion, self-deletion, schmurda, hard candy, greenery, broccoli, anything that indicates, you know what I'm talking about. And please don't comment like Jack Daniels. Don't comment what that is. You know what I'm saying? Continuous. Do not comment F1. Do not drop fruit emojis, and do not say I love the TikTok shop. But if you continuously tap the screen, it'll stop a few things glitching, and it'll show TikTok that we are engaging with each other, and it probably will help bring some more people in there. So while I have your attention, kindly look at the heart right there by Afro Elite's name. If you haven't done so already, click it to become a team member and support him by completing the daily mission and help keeping him in the algorithm and improving his rankings. And I guess that's it. So FBA, nothing personal over there, Jay Tommy. It's just that we're heavily censored.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
how that goes with Black Americans. Yeah.
But you can continue. I'm gonna let you land and then we move it.
Hey, and look, I've been on this thing like 3 weeks. My bad, y'all. I'm so sorry about that. I got to get used to this. And I'll just go ahead and land just by saying this: like, from the moment that immigrants come to this country, like they're delineating, and every immigrant group treats Black Americans the same way. You know, they come over here, they gain access to any type of minority benefits and set asides. And when they go into the community and extract whatever resources they can, we all know what they do. They don't, that money doesn't, dollar doesn't bounce around in the Black American community. They send that money back home to the places where they fled from. And then once they get their money up, they move away from us into their own communities. Now it's a problem because we're saying, look, we're going to delineate in the same way that you guys have always done, right? We're going to start doing for our people in the same way you've always done for you, your for, and no more. I'm happy to see it as a foundational Black American. I've worked with immigrants. I know how they get down. We know how they get down. You're hearing it right here on this stage, how they really feel. It's just time. And so shout out to my FBA people. Love y'all.
Yeah. And the thing is that the lack of maturity and accountability, I opened this thing up and said you can disagree, but the thing is, we have not seen, maybe not yet, a single person from the diaspora, a single African or Caribbean for that matter, come up and say, you know what, I acknowledge where you guys are coming from, I understand it. We haven't heard that. Nobody's saying that. They're out here coming up. Well, I mean, what is really disrespect when you really think about it? I mean, maybe y'all just a little sensitive. When you say that, then now you're implying that maybe we're just being sensitive, and maybe the issue is not as serious as we're trying to make it out to be. You're acting like you guys are not doing anything, and then when we show that you guys are doing something, now you guys want to bring up what quote unquote we have done as a false equivalent to say neither of us are in the right, and that's wrong as well. Let's get to Wink. Wink, I hope there's no audio, no very bad audio.
Hey cousins, how y'all doing? I'm better. What's up, BX? It's Saray. I've changed my name.
Hi, Saray.
This is my mother's
Okay.
nickname. Zizi, you're beautiful. I got the
Thank
feather
you.
in my bio because it's representing, I'm doing my genealogy and I'm finding out a whole lot. But I am foundational to this land, just to make that clear. I wanted to bring up, if we're so delusional,
You
and
gotta
there's
mute as you're coming up. Go ahead.
I think the guy earlier when I was up here, he said we're having an identity crisis and we're so delusional. And another young lady from Jamaica, oh, we need to unite. Nobody's doing anything. Well, I need everybody to go to govtrack.us and oppose Bill HR 784. That's the African Diaspora Council Act. That's what the Democratic and the AU have put in. They have it introduced as of January 28th of this year. That is pertaining to our reparations. That's all that talk. So I need y'all to oppose Bill 784, HR 784. So they're heavily in our politics. It's more than just name calling. It's been past the name calling. This is generational. This has been way before, like you said, host social media and everything else. I work in the medical field. I conduct a lot of employment drug screenings. At one point, it was a whole lot of Hispanics, Venezuelans and stuff coming in by van loads. It used to frustrate us. Not a lick of English. They couldn't even really say the name that was on the ID that was given to them. Now I'm noticing there's a lot of Africans coming through. Um, so yeah, delineation is definitely needed. The money, our spending power definitely needs to go back into our communities. We've been doing our own hair. We've been doing a lot of stuff for ourselves. It's just that grandma gave us a big heart and we wanted to share the love. And self-preservation 101. Because if you think these people aren't preserving themselves and worried about themselves, that's why they're crashing out now, because then they know the money is leaving. But I need us to stick and stand 10 toes down. We don't care about apologies. We don't care about changed action, because I believe them the first time once you show me who you are. This is a lifestyle. Boycotting is a lifestyle. This is not, oh, we'll see how it go. No, this is how it is, because they've been this way. So I just wanted to make sure I get that information out about opposing that bill, HR 784, the African Diaspora Council Act, because there's two of them. That's it.
All right. Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get to. Well, Zizi, do you have anything you want to say? Because I think we almost got to everybody.
No, I haven't heard of that bill though. I'm definitely gonna
I
look into it.
haven't I haven't
For sure.
spoken yet. Hi panel.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You go ahead,
I'm
Madam. You
sorry.
You got it. I
Good
look hurt.
evening. Good
I look hurt. I'm not
evening.
hurt. Somebody says the host look hurt.
Oh
Heard of
Lord.
what?
Good evening, everyone. How are you tonight? I love the topic. I love the panel. I wanted to first off shout out to my FBA brothers and sisters. I am Generation X. I am FBA. I can trace my roots and have traced my roots back to 1763 in Bunno, South Carolina. So I just wanted to get that out there. I wanted to respond to the young lady who came up and said that she works in the federal government. So I work in the federal government as well. I work around a lot of Africans, and I'm going to tell you, those people don't speak. Everything that you guys are saying, or if you have ever experienced with an African, they don't speak to you. They speak to each other. I live here in Virginia. They have their own churches, their own markets. I don't see them too much in Food Lion. I don't see them too much in Belows. They have their own communities. They do not speak to us in the federal government. And you know, when you work for the federal government, that's as high up as you can get, because under that is the state. So I'm going to say they have infiltrated the federal government. However, comma, this boycott and all other facets of what we're going to do to bring it back to our communities is what we need. Delineation today, delineation tomorrow, and delineation in the future. I can remember back when I was growing up, my dad and my mom and my uncles, they would always say they don't like us. They never did. They came here, they think that we're spoiled. The Caribbeans, the Jamaicans, they think that, oh, we're too spoiled. How the hell you think excuse me. How in the world do you think that we're too spoiled when we fought blood, sweat, and tears to get what we have now, and we're still fighting? We're not afraid to fight. We didn't flee. So how dare you come into this country and say that we are full of this and full of that? No, you're full of this and full of that. You're a bunch of scammers. You're a bunch of scammers. You got some of my family members, but I digress. So the federal government, yeah, they don't speak to us. They don't care about us. So I'm all for this boycott, and I land. Thank you guys for having me up.
I didn't go
Thank
either,
you.
but I can wait.
Yeah. Thank you. I was just about to get to you next. Yeah.
Hey,
Before I do that, I'm gonna say, do you see how many different people are coming up from different generations, from different places in America, and they're coming up and saying the same thing? All right. So when people come up and try to gaslight, saying that this is maybe some type of anecdotal situation, and maybe, yeah, you had a bad experience here or there, but you guys are doing too much. Anytime they say that, they're trying to get to the point that we're doing too much. This can't be a thing if we're doing too much. Can't be a thing if everybody is on board, because everybody has either experienced it or has seen it. Okay, I've seen it. I've experienced. People have seen it and experienced it, not once or twice. And now we've also seen that attack not just from individuals but from the diaspora. So we see it in real life and we see it online. All right, and now we're even seeing it politically. Okay, well, we've been seeing it politically actually, but we're even seeing it politically. All right, so this is not us with hurt feelings and quote unquote doing too much. All right, and I think your point just drives that home.
Yeah, she right beside me in Virginia. I didn't even know it was a tether problem out there for real. I thought that was more so of a DC and Maryland
Oh
issue.
no, we have it. I'm here past the Mason-Dixon line is what they call it. I'm past Richmond going south. I live in a heavily military area. I'm prior military. My husband is retired. So a lot of immigrants, how they get here is they agree to join the military, so they get what you call visas and green cards to join the military. So they're not necessarily citizens, but if they do something wrong, they will get discharged and they will be deported back to their country. But a lot of a lot of immigrants are in the military, believe it or not. But like I said, they are getting deported. They are definitely getting deported, and this is a heavily military area here. In the Tidewater area, Virginia Beach, Norfolk, Portsmouth, Chesapeake.
Okay. Did you say you was in the military? You said your husband.
I was in the Army. I was in the Army, and my husband is retired Navy.
Were you close to any, or was there? Did you see any, feel any, or see or hear any anti-black vitriol from the non-black Americans in the military with you?
Um, yeah, well, so when I was in, this was like back in the early 90s. Um, when you say anti-black, you're talking about the immigrants?
Yes.
Or okay, I didn't see a whole lot of immigrants. That didn't start coming along until after I left. When they were starting to let them in the military, it wasn't a whole lot of immigrants in the military. So if anybody said that they fought in this war, that war, this, they did not. That bill wasn't passed until later on. I'm not sure what that bill is, but when I was in and when my husband went in, we didn't see a whole lot of immigrants in the military back then. It is now. Now there's a lot of them now, but just let it be known that if they do something wrong, they can get discharged and they will get deported. So
Okay.
I just want to let you guys know that.
Thank you for your service. We appreciate you and your husband.
Not a problem. Happy to serve for you guys.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Let's get to Tisha.
Hi, this is quick. BX, I kind of have an issue with you because when you get ready to roast somebody and they drop, you stop talking. And even the last guy, I really wanted to hear what you had to say, and you just cut it off half, just halfway. And it's like you should just keep going because it's 300 people in the panel. It doesn't matter if they drop. You really need to go ahead and finish your statement. I know you have to wait until the host speaks or whatever, but after that, that's the
Right.
second time, and I really wanted to hear what you had to say. I learned a lot from BX. Number two,
I
the
can.
host. Number two, the host. If I ever come up here and try to debate you, just know I have to take my medication and just go ahead and drop me. That's never going to happen. The third thing is what I came up here for. My stuff is on the late show now. With the guy that dropped after the guy that we couldn't even understand what he was saying because he had marbles in his mouth or whatever he was doing, yelling and screaming and all this different stuff. You told him, you're not going to stay here with that kind of accent or whatever. And you wasn't trying to be disrespectful, but he just became more and more ridiculous. My issue with the guy that spoke after him that said, I'm from all over the world. We already knew he was from the U.S. My problem with him, I'm sorry, I'm always kind of sliding back and so I don't speak clearly. So I apologize for that. My problem with that guy is he just told us straight up bald-faced lie. I don't like calling people liars, but he just told a bald-faced lie when he said, yeah, you are sitting up here worrying about African establishments and targeting them, and none of you are concerned about the truck driver that's missing right now. Actually, we are. And many of us share. I don't do lives. Maybe one day somewhere I'll get the nerve to actually do it. But when I see things like that, I share it all over the place on both of my accounts. And many, 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 many people do that. And it eventually goes viral. And there are multiple Black hosts talking about that. So since we have almost 300 people in the chat, I'm always concerned about misinformation. They're talking about another hot topic, and that is this boycott. And the boycott is for a reason. So he was telling a straight up lie. A whole bunch of us share and push that information out. That's the only way it gets out, because CNN and CBS and all these people are not going to say anything. So I wanted to say that quickly. Also, and this is the last thing. My comments are really on a late show now because I came up late. What was the last thing I wanted to say quickly? God, I forgot that quick. But yeah, I appreciate what you're doing, host. I appreciate you, BX. But you just stopped, and you was really getting ready to tear into that guy, and then you just stopped. I don't
I can
understand why
finish
you
for
stopped.
you.
Yeah,
I can
thank
finish
you.
because I looked over at Afro Lee, and I think we all just was watching him fall, and I said I'm gonna let Afro Lee, because Afro Lee has a different approach. He lets them go, and then he dissects for us and shows us where that person messed up. Sometimes a little too quick to let the person mess up. So here's the thing. The continent has 80% Africans, right? 20% colonizers. There's 33 countries that's underdeveloped over there. They're minding our business too much and not their own. They outnumber their colonizers. And besides Ibrahim Traore, who I am not against, no matter if y'all think I am, I applaud him for doing what he has to do. But even that leads me to some questions. Are they replacing one white population, the French, with another white demographic, the Russians? And it does not matter that some think they weren't enslavers. I believe there was still slavery there. So we do know white people are inherently racist, but we don't have to even go this route. They outnumber their oppressors, yet they are failing with 33 countries underdeveloped out of 54 or even 56, because the King of Morocco sees one. I think that they're paying too much attention to us instead of paying attention to their homeland. So I think they got bigger issues than us. And I think they need to attend to them. So I was just going to say something along that line, Tisha. They're doing too much.
I ask that you build this in the future, like that other guy that dropped two. I appreciate that. You stop mid sentence, and just always keep in mind. Of course, I'm not trying to tell either one of you guys anything. I honor you, but just a suggestion, because I'm somebody that loves to. I'll talk and I'll drop right down to the chat. But just remember that there's 300 people usually in his platform, and then who knows how many other people have not tapped on join the live. It might be another 400 or 500 people, because I've heard that happens. So remember, when you guys are talking, we're really listening, unless we straight up haters and just out here to just say deflect. And I know what I was going to say now is, I noticed that guy that said, the one that came back and said, I live all over. Here I go dropping my thought again. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, I know what it is. They try to deflect and get you to change it. Why are you talking about this? Why aren't you talking about this over here? Why aren't you talking about over that over there? My question to you is, if this is a topic right here, how come you came up to say, why don't we talk about something else, about instead of something that's been a problem and a thorn in our side for 50 or 60 or 70 years? And I know the last thing I wanted to say, host, you're absolutely right. Not going to tell my age, but I have traveled all over the country, and I've lived in multiple states on assignment for specific periods of time over the years. And everywhere I've gone, what the lady that just spoke, I don't know if her name was Wink or whatever, everywhere I have gone, that has been the experience. Now, I've met a couple really nice guys that I've forgotten where they're from, maybe from the Caribbean or Jamaica. Some of the guys, they're really nice. They want to date you and whatever. And I do have people, friends that are married to people from the continent. However, I'm sorry, but I would like some of the women to come up and tell us why, black women, we're friendly. We're overall, we're collectively, we're friendly, we're warm hearted, and we will help you. Oh, I got you, girl, and we will, we'll give you the whatever you need to get to be successful. So why are you guys so hostile, and you just look hostile when you see us? Because the men are not like that. But the woman, I don't even understand. I see you for the first time, you could be from anywhere, Mali, whatever. And why do you all automatically we're the enemy? We can see it. We can see it in your vibe and your body language. I don't know why. Maybe that's a topic for a different day, but I would love to know why. And host, you can drop me, and thank you for allowing me up.
Afro Lee, can you do me a favor? Somebody says we're oppressed the same. MF as in, I guess, mother effer. However, Black Americans are basically outnumbered by their oppressors. The continent isn't. Yet we've managed to build a first world nation, build a first world economy. We secured over 55,000 inventions under our belt that's globally used. We stay home and fix stuff. So if we're telling you to stay home and fix stuff, maybe because it works, we aren't oppressed the same because we're in a more disenfranchised state if our oppressors outnumber us. But y'all outnumber your colonizers. Afro, what do you think about that when they say we are oppressed the same? Because maybe I'm bugging.
They're lying because they don't even believe that. They don't believe they're oppressed the same. They don't believe that, and they don't tell that argument to the Caribbean. They don't tell that argument to anybody else. They don't even have the same. The thing is that just because it's YT supremacy that's oppressing them does not mean the oppression is the same. You know what I'm saying? Every African continent, country rather, sorry. Every African country is not oppressed or subjugated the same way. So even though you can say the African continent is subjugated by the Western powers, that's not even equal across the board. Okay, you have to understand they're not making it seem like there's not a measuring thing where they kind of rule to make sure that the oppression is equal everywhere. Our oppression is very unique here, indeed here. The biggest difference is that you all were able to keep a level of humanity that was stripped away from us on this land. That's the biggest thing. We were, as Dr. King said, we were made into a thing, less than a human. We were thingified. That didn't happen in Africa. All right. And I'm not trying to belittle their subjugation, but that didn't happen there. They were not considered 3/5 of a human being on Africa or in the Caribbean. And this isn't for me to belittle what they went through. I'm not trying to do that. I would never do that. But what they went through is not what we went through. Being considered on paper and socially less than human beings. All right. Therefore, less as chattel, okay, like a cow or a horse or dog, all right, and then being treated less than the cow and the horse and the dog. That's what we were treated here, all right, and we had to fight for everything, not just our right to be recognized as human beings and our image as human beings and men and women, which we are still doing today in 2025, okay. But we've had to fight for all of the rights, our land, even though that's been stripped from us and taken from us. So our fight here is very unique and different. There is a very good reason. I'm not going to say it's good, but it's a very important, that's a better word, reason why when anybody in the world says the word slave or slavery, you automatically think of U.S. chattel slavery. That's the automatic thought that comes in your head. That before anything else. It was not the first slave trade, okay? It wasn't the first one, but it's the main one that anybody thinks about. All right? For a very unique reason, a deep reason. So no, it's not all the same. And this isn't to say that they haven't been through anything. But it's not the same. It's not.
It's not. We're in the belly of the beast,
Thank
and they know
you.
that.
Right, Cece. I'll mute up.
All right. Let's get to I want to get to Sky. Let's get to Sky.
Hi guys. First of all, I want to say to the host that you're doing a good job. You are letting people speak, even though they have different opinions from you. So I applaud that. Because yesterday I was in a space, and although I was in support, I got disrespected a lot, and I thought that was unfair. And then after, they didn't even give me a chance to speak, and removed me from the space. But anyway, I just wanted to thank you for doing a good job. So on that, I want to say that I do support the boycott thing that's going on, because I have been seeing the disrespect that's happening online. I'm also coming up here, so that you guys don't think that all Africans hate Black Americans. We don't hate Black Americans. In fact, we love Black Americans, and I'm from South Africa. We have a lot of Black Americans currently moving to South Africa. And South Africa is one of the beautiful countries in the world. And it's also one of the most developed countries in Africa. So yeah, we don't hate Black Americans at all, and I've been seeing the disrespect happening online, and I agree that this boycott should happen. And what I've also noticed is that some Africans would move here, give birth to their children, while the father and the mother are both Africans, but then they will, have that child, identify as Black American, which I don't think that is fair at all, because you cannot migrate to an ethnicity. And I think Black Americans should vocalize, that Black American is an ethnic group on its own. So therefore, no one can just migrate to an ethnicity. And I've also noticed with you, hosts, that, that you've been shying away from saying that you are indigenous to America. Yes, life did start in Africa, and also by that argument, if life started in Africa, if Black people were the first people to populate this earth, that means that Black people are indigenous to whatever land in which they occupy.
That's true.
So yeah, what I want to say is that don't shy away from saying you are indigenous to America, because you are. We also believe that, yes, chattel slavery happened, but we don't believe that there were no Black people in America. That's false. Those are lies that white people continue to feed us. Yeah. So I also wanted to say that, I don't want you guys to think that all Africans hate Black Americans and all that. We don't. And I've also seen that actually some, Africans that come there are also taking, scholarships that are meant for Black Americans. And I don't think that is fair at all, because Black Americans are still, oppressed here in America by the whiteys, and I don't think it's fair to take these, little opportunities that they have, because that is basically stealing from them, and I don't think that is fair at all. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. So if anyone have any questions for me, please ask. I want us to engage with respect, of course. Yeah.
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm reading the comments, and they're talking about South Africa when they were upset about the Zulu parade, or anytime Tyler is mentioned.
Oh
They come for
yes.
us very hard.
Oh, they did.
What do you think about
That
that?
is true. That is true. I saw that, and they said some very, disrespectful things, and I did see that, and I actually did call them out when they said that, because they were calling Black Americans, and saying that they don't have culture and stuff, which is a lie, because yes, which is a lie, because Black American culture is global, because there are a lot of Black people, in fact, a lot of people from different ethnicities who are influenced by Black American culture, in the way they dress, in the way they talk, and all those things. So yeah, I don't support that. I saw that, and I did call them out, because they are lies themselves, because there's a huge Black American influence in South Africa, so yeah.
That leads me to just one more thing. There's a parade there. It's like a minstrel parade. It actually has blackface. Have you heard of it? I think is it the? Do you have a tribe named Clock or something like that?
No, we have collards. Actually, slavery did happen to South Africa as well. So
Okay.
the whiteys took people from, Asia and brought them in the Cape. So today those people are called collards. So now they do have this parade as well, where they paint their faces black and all that. And they say that, they got influence, of that parade from Black Americans and stuff. Yeah. But those are colors. It's not, the Black people of South Africa. Yeah.
Okay, because it's like cause so minstrel here for us is degrading. That's when the white tea people would make
It is.
fun of us, and right. So I kind of, I know you don't come from that tribe. Obviously, I don't believe you do, and so I just wanted to kind of touch and see what you knew about it and how does the Africans view it. So they view it as a form of homage that they got inspiration from us, or is it meant to be kind of degrading? Because let's face it, even they could get it wrong.
No, they're not doing it in a way to degrade. They're doing it in a way that they relate to the American history, with slavery and stuff. Since most of the ancestors too came through slavery, but most Black people don't support that blackface thing. Personally, I also don't support the parade that some Black Americans participate in, where they paint their faces black, because that was used, as a mockery by the whiteys. So I don't think any of those things should be embraced. Sarah, good job.
So it sounds like we're saying similar things. However, I'm not from New Orleans. That was the first time I ever heard of the parade. But speaking to my New Orleanians, they said that what they were doing was they didn't have enough. So it's Zulu in name only, right? And because they
Yes.
were locked out of something, they didn't have the proper
I think Mardi Gras, they were.
right. They were locked out of. They didn't have the proper costume attire, for lack of a better word. And so the paint doesn't necessarily represent the skin. It was just something that they improvised to use. But the Zulu, actually the official Zulu organization, something like that, did attend one of the parades in 2006. And the last we left off with the whole New Orleans versus Zulu, the Zulu said they would make a statement, but I didn't look back into it. Do you know if the organization visited again or So anybody from New Orleans here that could comment it just so that I don't spread misinformation? But they were supposed to make a statement, but they actually visited and the parade continued on. So I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not so familiar with that. The first time I came across that, was when South Africans were fighting with Black Americans about.
I think she got
She
disconnected.
must have got a phone call. No, it looked
Sorry,
like a phone
guys.
call
I
or a
need to
text.
leave. There's been
Okay.
a tsunami warning issued where I'm at, so I need to evacuate quickly. Thank you so much, guys. Have a good
Be
day.
safe.
Bye.
Okay, be safe.
Thank you.
Bye,
Yeah, check
baby.
back in.
Talking to the little one.
Did she
Oh,
say it was
Yeah.
danger where she was?
yeah, some type of evacuation
A
signal or something
warning.
like that went out.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because it's been a lot of like flood warnings and stuff like that, and across America, we all know what happened with Texas. We didn't ask where she was at, so she said tornado. Oh damn.
Oh, Margaritas. Yeah, I hope she alright.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check in on her. But that was refreshing. You see how well we can be when they come in, and we can be respectful, and
Yeah.
how peaceful we can be.
Yeah. That was refreshing. I
When
like
she
the fact
came
she
off her
did that.
mic, I knew she wasn't FBA. But the thing is that we still let her speak, and then we heard her out. You know what I'm saying? And it was good to have a conversation.
And she was in support of the boycotts. So
Yeah.
but
Yes, indeed. See, that's what y'all need to be on. Y'all need to be acting like that. All right.
BX could be nice, y'all. BX could be nice. No, I matched energy, and she wasn't disrespectful. I'm also a journalist, so sometimes I do want to get asked some real questions. Not saying this ain't real, but I mean, when I hear something and she's from South Africa, what I do notice, I gotta say this. Besides the entertainment aspect, when it comes to Tyler, South Africans for the most part are the African nation that Black Americans resonate with. And now Angola is coming to my attention, especially. These are two countries that, for the most part, seem to get what Black Americans are saying, guys. You know.
Hmm.
So yeah, we never really had no beef. We championed Nelson Mandela when he got out. I heard he came to our areas and we sent him home with some money. We know Trump flew him in here, and we were activating during apartheid to call for the companies to divest from supporting it. So we've always supported South Africans. So when Tyler issues about Tyler and then the Zulu parade came up, I was like, oh man, don't do
Yeah,
that.
that was
Not
so
y'all.
disappointing. It really was.
Yeah.
That was disappointing.
Yeah. So we do have countries that we align with. For me personally, I like Ethiopia until I realized Ethiopia was on this app trying to disparage us, foundational Black Americans. I was like, we weren't even talking to y'all because we know that we have a history with them, and how our Tuskegee Airmen went over there, and how some of us even had gotten land, but either we were tricked out or when he was exiled, they said we could no longer own the land, and the Caribbean went there too. So there's a multiple things going on there, but we're not totally against the continent. But when you come at us with disrespect, then we're gonna get disrespectful. We're a reactionary people, not a hateful one. I'll land, y'all.
That's true. And the thing is that what makes this so beneficial is as we're doing that, the riders are gonna actually start sticking out like a sore thumb.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so the real ones, the ones who are like, "Hey, man, I get it. Y'all got to do what y'all got to do." We're starting to see, and ever since Essence, actually, to be honest, we're starting to see more of them be all like, "Nah, actually, they do got a point. They do got a point." So this is really having a very productive, positive effect. So we got to keep it. We gotta keep that pressure on them. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's get to the next speaker. Let's get to Abdul Walid Mustafa.
That's Abdul Wahid Mustafa.
Okay. What's on your mind, bro?
And I was just listening to the conversation, and I was thinking this is an excellent time for the FBA to build within the community and build what once was, to create your own schools, your own clinics, the programs for the children within the community, and not focus on any other outside interests.
One moment. Did he give his ethnic group?
No.
No.
Yeah, he is an elder, right? But I'm wondering if he was first generation or if he is just a heavy Pan African, because I've heard him before. Abdul, what is your ethnic group, please?
What my ethnic group is African.
Yes, sir. You're African. What country?
Wait.
What
The
country,
country I
sir?
come from is not
Yes, in
based on the
Africa.
country, it's based on the bloodline.
So do you descend from U.S. chattel slavery? You had ancestors that were enslaved here in the United States of America that were captured on the continent and brought to America. Not the right one.
Yes,
Oh, okay. So are you Pan African?
Pan-African. Could you explain what do you mean by Pan-African?
Yes, where everybody champions the diaspora. They want one united front to improve Africa, even if it's to the detriment of our own people.
Well, I see opportunities as far as unity is concerned. I got that from Black Panthers when they were uniting with Africa and
Okay, I just
building
wanted Afro
those
Elite to have,
schools.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry to cut you
Yes,
off.
thank you,
Afro
thank you,
Elite, I just want you to have a better understanding. I'll go on mute.
thank you. I'm gonna let you land your plane, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, as I was saying, I see this as a perfect opportunity for the FBAs to create and build within a community.
Mm.
And business that they're lacking within the community, the FBAs can create and have their own society and have to be concerned about other people and their business within the community because you would have your own. The stores, the nail shop, braiding shop, You could develop that your own and forget about all the disrespecting things. And that's all I had to say. It's an opportunity to build within the FBA community. That's all. I land.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Yep, supply and demand, baby. Supply and demand. All right, let's get you Bantu.
Hi everyone, my name is Simone. I'm West Indian American. I came up on the panel before on my personal page, but
Simone. Oh, how you doing, Simone?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
I'm good.
Wait, go ahead. Yeah, I remember from the last live too. That live.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I feel like the response, right, from Africans, whether they be currently in Africa or currently stateside, I feel like the response is more telling than anything else, right? Because correct me, but what sparked this, right? Even though tensions have been at a boiling point for a while, what specifically sparked the boycott, right? What I saw was one creator in particular. I think it was like Share something, and she like threw it out there like a fly by night suggestion. And that one video, I saw everyone stitching, saying, "Oh my gosh, Black Americans are boycotting, Black Americans this, Black Americans that," right? From this one video of this one creator out of the 40 million Black Americans, and she had like 6,000 followers, right? Is that
That's how I saw it.
okay?
I kept seeing people responding, talk about a boycott, and I had to trace back to the original video. I didn't even see the original video first. It's the responses that blew it up, really.
Right, exactly. So I went back to find the original video, and that creator currently has 6,000 followers. So this is even after it's blown up, after it's circulated, right? And the original video itself isn't even more than 100,000 views, right?
Wow.
So anyway, I say all that to say, again, the response of it all is like people are looking for a reason. They're looking for an outlet to display their dislike. They're looking for a reason to say, "Oh, I got you." You know, they're looking for a reason, an outlet to display what has always been underneath that surface, right? So even though it is TikTok, you kind of have to take into account the demographics. It is a more younger audience, but I still don't feel like that is a good enough. It's not a good enough excuse for there to be this much of a lack of critical thinking, just a lack of, because this whole thing really is from the response of Africans. If nobody responded to her video, we would all just be sitting on August 1st like it's just another month.
Yeah,
But now
I
it's
still haven't
like,
seen the original. That's crazy.
but then it's like, I mean, for you guys, as you know, from the outside looking in, it's like, oh, this how y'all feel? Oh, okay, matter of fact, we will be doing a boycott. You feel me? That's how you really feel. And, you know, like I said, this thing has been brewing for decades, so it's not just this thing that's like coming out of the woodworks and yada, yada, yada. But at the same time, it's important. Although it's tedious and exhausting and unfair labor for you guys, it's important to come and have these discussions so that people can't go and run with a narrative of you guys and then come back 2 and 3 years later and be like, "Oh, remember Black Americans? Remember how they did this and did that and thought this about us?" And you guys are like basically saying, "No, here's the evidence, here's the history. We've been cool. Y'all the ones out of pocket. Da 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 da." You're not gonna try and make us seem like the bad guy. And I land.
Yep. And thank you. It's always see. You know what? I feel good now. It was a little tense. It was a little stressful earlier, but I feel better now. You got some solid sisters from, you from, I know you're from the Caribbean. You're from
Barbados
your
and
parents
Grenada.
are from two different places though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so but you're from the Caribbean, right? Your ancestry, right?
Yeah, my parents are. I was
Okay,
born
okay.
here though.
Okay. So you got some from South Africa, you got some from the Caribbean. See, it's good. And now see, this is refreshing. It is. Thank you, Simone.
You're welcome. And one last thing I will say, even though, you know, voices like this are cool and all, I still feel like y'all shouldn't let y'all foot up off the gas. Because to be honest, because of the duration of the disrespect, right? It's like you've been able to observe, okay, when you're left to your own devices, this is what you have a propensity to do. This is beyond your ignorance.
you not knowing history. Like, this is something down to your psychology. And you're proving to be more of a liability than an asset in the thing that, you're trying to achieve and do. So, anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree. We can't. It is gotten to a point now where we can't. We have to do it, and we have to see it through all
Yep.
of the way. And what you're saying is so interesting because we didn't. It's not like a boy. It's not like there's no Black American meeting where we have this thing and we all discuss the no boycott or whatever the case is.
Right.
I kept seeing Africans making response videos talking about, man, y'all gonna boycott, y'all don't boycott Target, y'all don't boycott Lululemon, y'all don't boycott such and such. And I'm like, what is people talking about? And I'm seeing people keep responding and saying, man, y'all not gonna boycott. Well, y'all gotta boycott this then. Y'all gotta boycott African soap, and y'all got to boycott this. And I'm like, what are people talking about? And it made me look into what the original creator was talking about.
Mm.
And then I'm seeing a lot of Africans pretty much test our gangster and say, man, y'all ain't going to do it. We don't need y'all. Why don't y'all do it now? So y'all have dared us essentially to do it.
Right.
Okay. So now it's at this point where we got to see it through now. We got to see it through. We
I
got to
even
see it
seen
through.
a creator in the UK. In the UK, you over 3,000 miles away, making a think piece on it. It's just like, all right, guys, find something better to do with your time, because you clearly have nothing else better to do. Find some business.
Mm.
All right, thanks, guys.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Let's get to B.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm from Ethiopia because that's going to be your next question. I've been listening to you all for the past couple of days. Um, Before I go further, I just have a question. So, the idea behind the boycott, what is the end result? What do you guys or you think it's going to accomplish per se?
Well,
If
what
you
we're
can,
already okay, that's a good question.
yeah.
What we're already seeing it accomplish is we're seeing a lot of the disrespect coming
Uh-huh.
from the diaspora. We're seeing that cease.
Okay.
Okay. So
I,
we're already seeing that, and then we're already seeing people from the diaspora say, "Hey, we're willing to fall in line." BX, she was having a conversation with some woman earlier on the live, and she was all
Mhm.
like, "Okay, well, will you guys vote in our interest because we need certain people out of different positions or whatever?"
Mhm.
And these people tend to pander and give benefits from to immigrants, all right, and the new Americans and different programs and set asides
Mhm.
and stuff like that. But the thing is, and she said no, so she's not willing to do what's in our best interest if it's not also in her best interest. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
I
you got a
understand
lot
it.
of hold on, brother. You got a lot of people who are literally saying, "I'm only going to do what's in my ethnic group's best interest, even if I'm in America." So, and even if it spikes you guys, that's what I'm gonna do. So we've been dealing with that problem as well too, and now we need to see people start to get on code. Ultimately, if that's the long and short of it. Because ultimately when you guys work against us and you guys speak against our culture and work and vote for or be in favor of policies that work against us, you're really working as a collaborator of YT supremacy. All right, so that needs to cease. That needs to stop immediately. So this is why we're at this point.
Okay. I agree with the what you just spoken. For me, I don't fit in the box that you have on the statement that you all are putting in here, saying the disrespect that Africans are disrespect. Because I've been here over 25 years, I have never disrespect any Black American. I think there is uh, yeah there is a fractured relationship I have worked in the business also, and for me to see, I don't see that relationship. I haven't seen it before, so I haven't seen a lot of Africans, Black Americans, spending a lot of money in African businesses, even though it is a subject of saying, hey, they are disrespectful. And I also seen some of the conversation, from a guy saying you can jump off the cliff, and, and I don't align with it because that is not. I understand what you all went through, whether you call yourself FBA or Black American. I understand the history. I understand what you all paid for, the price you paid for, how we be able to get here. But it, the part I struggle with is the conversation you all having or the boycott. I don't think is going to fix the relationship that is there, that is already fractured. You're gonna have the French or the people that are high temper, and they're gonna say whatever the hell they want to say. That is not gonna correct their ideology or how they think of what they value, or where they're gonna vote. Their vote is gonna align with Black American, whether I like it or not. I have to align with the Black American because
Okay.
that ultimately is going to align to the values that is going to align with me, because if I'm going to vote otherwise to the other side, I know what exactly I'm going to get.
Not automatically, not necessarily,
No, no,
because you
no,
do
that
have
is my opinion.
the thing is that you do have politicians who will
Yeah,
be openly against reparations, but will champion certain policies and programs and things like that for immigrants.
yeah.
So it's not a necessary automatic thing where voting in our best interest is automatically in your best interest.
No,
You know what I'm
no,
saying?
I understand that because those are separate issues that we all have to fight for or address, that is concerning as an immigrant of this country. That is
Okay.
not going. That is a separate issue that they're gonna. When they tie them together, they are already problematic, which they
But
do most
okay,
of the time.
let me address something else you said before we get too far along, right? You saying that we don't support African businesses and stuff. You don't see us in African businesses. Who do you see in there?
And what I'm
We
saying is, I
like
don't think the
the
majority
main.
of it.
Hold on. The main thing was the African braiding shops. All right, and the African braiding shops. The only people you see in there are black women.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is why they put their braiding shops in our communities. We
Yeah.
have them in Black American
Yeah.
community because Black American women go to the braiding shops and get their hair braided. You know what I'm saying? You got a Jamaican restaurant
Mhm.
in pretty much every Black American community
Yep.
because Black Americans go there and get some Jamaican food. You know what I'm saying? So we have been supporting them. Let's not do that now.
No, no, no. I think you're misunderstanding my point.
Okay.
I'm not looking at just one sector. If you're looking at one sector, like if you look at the hairbread in business sector, you all are supporting that. But when you look at every different sector, when you look at the ethnic grocery stores, they're not the ones they're not going to be affected by the boycott as the hairbreaders.
Okay.
You get my point. The conversation is necessary to address the issues of
Okay.
disrespect and everything else. Whether the boycott is going to, in the long run, is going to fix it, it's going to fix it.
We're already seeing the result. First off, there's not too many African-owned grocery stores in America. I don't know where that's because I've
There
been
are.
seeing people say that. Not sure where. Um,
There are in
that
many
that
states.
not many. No, not many.
And many of us don't
Uh,
go to
But
those stores anyways to get our main groceries. Most of us go to like, a Giant, a Safeway, some type of regular
yes,
grocery store. We usually
that
go to
that
like an ethnic store if we need something specifically from there. But for the
that's
most part, we're
exactly
not
my
just
point.
going into immigrant grocery stores. That doesn't really happen.
Well, let me ask you
I
guys a
say this
question.
Hold
about
on,
that.
girls
One
Go
code.
minute,
ahead.
girls code. One
Hold
minute,
on,
girls
because
code. Can I say this, Afroly? So when you have the ethnic grocery stores, that's primarily for their people who want to go
Right.
in and get
Yep.
for their dishes, right? So
Exactly.
if I'm not making a Jamaican dish, I'm not going to a store that would
Exactly.
sell Jamaican products. And even for Jamaican products, I can only speak specifically for New York, they're in Korean shops. Korean markets, they'll have some of the ingredients that we will need, right? For the Africans, though, when you tend to go in there, that their seasonings and stuff is not what I cook with. So I won't disparage them, but I just have no need for them. So you
Yeah.
primarily see their pop. Now, the hair braiding shops, that's something that even though Black Americans braid too, our businesses have been disenfranchised due to unfair rent hikes, and then with the height of the immigrant influx, and them giving incentives, they tend to put their businesses in our impoverished areas. So you'll see us running there because it's convenient. So my motto for the boycott, y'all, while I'm giving out strategies and solutions, is discipline over convenience. Meaning the African hair braiding shops
Yeah.
are convenient. Why? Because my sister may have to work. My cousin may have to work. So to run to the African hair braiding shop where that's their main focus, then I'm gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's a lot of elements. So basically, sir, what we're saying is it was a call to boycott the African hair braiding shops. But with the response, I see that those shops are an intricate part of your communities. Probably your wives, your sisters and stuff are owning those shops. And y'all are disturbed because we're giving you a bulk of our money. But just like with the Asians, we made them trillionaires. That's the thing that we're doing. We're stopping that portion of your wealth because you cannot be, whatever we give y'all, we are aiming to take it back. How else will the disrespect stop?
Okay, so
And we're not being violent. Hold on, girls code.
Yeah.
We're not
Relax.
being violent, but it works. It's the most effective strategy we have to make you realize the importance of us, those who many of your people say we have no power. We do, and it's our dollars, so we're going to take it back. That's all.
I don't agree with the people that are saying you do not have a power. I think there is a power behind the boycott, let alone with a larger dominated field. That is just ludicrous to just say you're not going to have an impact. There's going to be an impact. Like I said in my initial sentence, for me, there got to be a legwork after the fact of the boycott that is going to have to fix this fractured relationship or disrespect that everybody is talking about, or whoever is coming up here and aggressively having the conversation instead of just listening and having a dialogue that's going to change this narrative or the future of our relationship of
Well,
everybody
brother,
that all look
you're
like that.
the thing is that you're saying that on a live stream with hundreds of people having a dialogue,
well, can
and
somebody else?
Right.
this is before.
Girl, calm your ass down.
Yeah, chill. This is before we're not even in August right now, and we're having a dialogue, and we've been having one for the last few days. You know, so we are very reasonable. We'll talk. We're talking right now. We're talking right now. What do you think we should be doing? Because if we don't agree that the
Yeah,
boycott is something that's gonna
no, no,
have
no.
the intended result, what do you think we should be doing?
I did say I don't agree. I think it's
No,
going to
you said
deliver
that
some
you don't
result.
feel like the boycott will have the. Did she
Yes.
leave or was she kicked off?
Nah, I think she left. I ain't take her
Okay.
off.
Yeah.
Okay. Um. So
So
what do you think we should be doing then?
it first of all, I've been online for the past 3 4 days and listening to you all in different times. I cannot say the temperature of the room is the same like it is the way I'm speaking right now. Even if you look at 20 minutes prior, it was a lot intense and there's some disrespect and there's not really a productive conversation. Instead it's just trying to prove the
Can
point
I get a
or
chance to
trying to
talk?
make excuse of
Can you wait?
or minimize some of the disrespect or everything else. So if the conversations are not happening, how we can fix this disrespect going forward, and instead we are focusing just to boycott, and you guys are not going to do anything, the end result is going to be back at the square one.
No,
There's going
no,
to be
no, no,
another
no. It
boycott.
won't. No, it won't. No, it won't. No, it won't. Trust me, we got history with boycotts, and they work the way we want them to. Trust me, we know what we do.
Effectively.
We know.
Hmm.
I know you don't. You might not know, but we know what we doing here. and everything. Because what you want us to do is ease up
This
on it.
ain't our
No,
first
no, we
rodeo.
doing what we need to be doing. Trust me, we are. Because I'm already seeing the
He's
intended
worried
result
about it.
happening early.
Yeah,
But
I'm
why
already
are
seeing
I,
we
people come out and apologizing early.
okay? But why are we boycotting
One
African
minute,
Baby
one
girl, you
businesses?
minute,
gotta
period,
wait.
period.
let,
Hold
Damn,
on.
come
There
let
were
me
on.
other
finish.
people here. No,
He's in
hold
the
on.
middle of
Hold on,
talking.
everybody. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Sorry, Afro. So there's an order on the panel, right? And there was Matt, Roll, and Hope up here before Girl Code and period, right?
Hmm.
So let's be mindful because they've been waiting patiently and haven't come off their mic one time. One time. And
Yeah.
y'all women are running up here just coming off your mics. Let's be respectful to those who have been waiting before you. Everybody will speak. Afro is not rushing anywhere.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So yeah, we gonna have the intended result and everything, and they're gonna get their situation together. But what y'all have been coming up here recommending is talking and talking and talking and
Hmm.
talking and talking and talking, and we've been that. We've been doing that. This is not the first conversation, the second or third. We've been having conversations like this on live streams, whether that's Twitter, TikTok, YouTube. We've been having these conversations for years now. So at this point, now it's time for us to leave the talking stage and get to an action stage. And now that you guys are in fear of the action stage, you guys want us to go back to the talking stage. We've already done that. Everybody knows what the issue is. Nobody is ignorant. We've had people come up here talk about, well, what is disrespect when you really think about it? I mean, it is no, everybody knows why we're here. Everybody knows what has been done. Okay. Everybody who's listening understands this. So it's time for some action. All right, because the talking is not getting the job done.
And if you want to talk to your people, okay? Because he mentioned the disrespect that just happened to 20 minutes prior, but you forgot to leave out the part that it was from your people. It wasn't from us. We didn't initiate no disrespect. We didn't start with no disrespect. We did. That was everything we said was in reaction to the disrespect. So if you want to chat, if you want to talk, and you want to chat it up with people, go chat with the people that are initiating the disrespect and try to fix the reasons. Give us a reason not to boycott because you've been talking to your people and correcting their actions. You in the wrong space, brother. We got
Yeah,
us.
okay. Can I say one sentence
No,
and
no,
I'll
we're gonna
finish?
have to move on. We're gonna have to move
Okay,
on. But
and
thank
that's
you,
fine.
thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. Let's get to Matt Rowley. Matt Rowley, you got it. Okay. Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. Good evening, everyone. I'm from Nigeria, and this is a very sensitive topic. I just want to briefly throw my own light on it,
Mm,
in the area of peace and how we can achieve the goal of the boycott. So I'll go back history a little bit because the pain of extracting your own people from you, I don't think Africans have healed from it too, but it's hard to explain because when we come over here and the relationship does not flow easily, it's hard for you people to see the love, whereas you're going to see hate and discriminations between us. It hurts me a lot because being to other part of the world and I see their portion here and how they strive and succeed, I don't see why we black are still on this page, because unity is one force that has brought the peace and democracy we are enjoying today for the black. Without that unity, I don't think they would have achieved it. From the likes of Martin Luther King, if there was any level of segregation, I don't think they will achieve anything. And the privileges we Africans and even our brothers here are enjoying, it would have been difficult to achieve it.
okay.
So,
So are you
so
saying that you don't understand why we are upset?
if it's going to bring unity within the black community, I support it.
Okay.
We are not
Do
doing
you
this.
do you understand? And let me ask you: do you understand why we are upset?
Of course,
Okay.
nobody likes
So do
disrespect.
you understand what people from the diaspora have been doing?
So, okay, on that point, I will give you a hint about that, because I don't think you've been there before, right? So everybody have their own issues you're fighting.
Okay. 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 Going once. Because you slowing the room up now. Going once.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. You
Yeah.
muted.
So, yeah.
Okay, so
Sorry
yeah.
about that. So I'm trying to throw a light on that. If for me, if we focus on doing that and we can achieve a growth within the black community, it will
Okay,
extend
well
out.
let's let me get say it like
Okay.
that. Okay. And I was saying this on YouTube, okay,
Yeah.
yesterday. I was saying this on my live stream yesterday. Okay. Y'all subscribe Afro Lean on YouTube. All right, shameless plug. Listen. If we are a doctor,
Yes.
let's say for this analogy we're doctors here. In order to cure somebody of a sickness, of an illness, you have to accurately diagnose them. All right.
Yes.
You have to tell if they have the flu, do they have some type of food poisoning, do they have a stomach virus, do they have all of these different things, do they have some type of inherited issue, do they have anything like that, right?
Yes.
Listen, you have to accurately diagnose the issue in order to solve it. All right.
Yes.
What we have been doing is accurately diagnosing the issue that we have with the diaspora. And then we have people, a lot, not all, but a lot, most of them come from within the diaspora and have the conversation and acting like they don't know what the problem is. The fact that you're up here acting as if or not really speaking to what the actual problem is, you can't say, well, can't we all just get along? No, we cannot all just get along. The fact that we're having this conversation is because we can't all get along. Every time we're having this conversation, it's all like, oh, can't we all just get along? Which really means, can't we just turn a blind eye or turn the other cheek and let it go? But you don't want to say just let it go. You want to say get along, which getting along, you speak to us about getting along, which means we should just ignore and look past disrespect. Getting along doesn't mean nobody gets disrespected. Getting along means us looking past that and ignoring disrespect. All right. And that's not going to happen. So if that's what getting along means, we don't want to get along.
Okay.
Now, if you want to talk about people getting along, what you need to be doing is you need to be having the conversation among your fellow Nigerians about why they are not getting along. They're not getting along in Nigeria even.
Exactly. I know
All
that.
right. So
Yes.
so the problem is not us. We've never been a problem about getting along. The problem we're recognizing is that we've been trying and forcing ourselves to try to have some type of alliance and allyship with everybody.
Okay.
That's been our issue.
Okay. I understand that part, but do you know the power of the energy and the negativity that this can create globally within black as a whole nation?
No, 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 no. No,
Okay.
this is solving the problem.
Oh,
I'm not
oh.
trying to push anything negative at all. I wouldn't try to push anything unless I felt like a positive result would become of it.
Okay. We're using one sector or maybe a couple of sectors to judge this, right? From the point that this generated from, I think it's the saloon business and all of that, right? So we have different other fields that had healthy relationship with us and Africans and Black Americans. So if you can tell, of course, the Africans have done bad the way they treat the Black Americans, the disrespect and all that, which I don't have a problem with. Whatever choice you want to make your hair, wherever you want to go to, it's okay. It's a thing of choice. That's what business is for. But I'm saying the bigger picture of how we can really unite back from where we're from. We can separate ourselves by calling different names to what
the white people have identified us as, but that does not make us grow out of where we've been. And I'm still coming back to that root. I'm not saying identifying your problem does not solve it.
Okay.
What that man said from Ethiopia, I think he has a point. What is the goal of this thing? If you have a misunderstanding, my action towards you, is it either bringing us closer or is going to pull us apart?
No. Here's the problem. Here is the problem. Here is the problem. You all get it. Y'all get what you guys have been doing. You are an adult like we're an adult. Y'all get it. Y'all not slow. Y'all understand exactly what you've been doing. You understand why we're at where we're at, which is why I asked you, do you understand? You understand everything. All right? The whole thing of, well, what is this gonna do or when is this gonna stop? No, we're not gonna sit up there and turn a blind eye. This is going to have the result we want it to have because we're already seeing that. All right. As far as us all getting along, the problem is not that we're not having a conversation with the diaspora. The problem is that the diaspora thinks we're a joke. That's the problem. The problem is that the diaspora, listen, hold on. The problem is that when we say they need to stop the disrespect, they don't take us serious. All right, because we've been coddling them and supporting them, and they act like spoiled brats. All right, so when you have a child, I don't know if you have any children, but if you know for a fact when you have a child and a parent just gives the child everything the child wants, never tells the child no, the child will develop into a spoiled brat. And then the second the parent says no, now the child's acting out. Now the child's throwing a crazy temper tantrum because they don't know how to act. All right. And now you got to do a lot of correction to get that out the child because you've allowed this child to develop into a spoiled brat. And this is unfortunately where we're at. We've allowed people from the diaspora to become spoiled brats when they come to America. That's the problem. Not that they don't know right from wrong. They know it, but they just feel so entitled to our support and entitled to us serving them and doing what's in their best interest. And now we're saying no to that anymore because now we got to breathe that out of you. We got to train that out of you and groom that behavior out of you.
Okay, I understand your point. Good one. I appreciate the opportunity you've given to me. I'm very optimistic about this and I'm looking forward to a better result of it. But again, the last thing I want to put out again is miscommunication and energy too. When this lady, is this Kai and Bantu, when they spoke, I believe the whole environment was very understanding. It's about the tone and how we're able to put ourselves out there. The words we use, you know, how we present things helps to make understanding easier. I feel your point is 100% legit, you know, and I'm looking forward to a better outcome of it, you know. Yeah, it's very heartbreaking because if you go back to history, my brother, there's nothing we can do to pay back the sacrifices that we are able to have a home.
But what you can do right now is
I'm doing that, brother. I'm doing that.
You can do I'm not right now.
Hold on, my brother. I'm not siding my people. Nigerians have a very bad reputation out there.
Okay,
I'm not happy about it.
You can fix that. Can be solved. Your reputation can be solved if the behavior. Your reputation right now. Your reputation is based off of your behavior.
Yes, sir. I understand you.
That can be checked and that can be solved. So that's what needs to happen.
So if you identify your problem is halfway solved, I know my problem with Africans. You understand? Right. And I'm telling you that one, it's okay to do this, maybe to teach everybody a lesson. They will learn from it as well.
All right.
This is somebody's bread, and when you take the bread out, your brain will reset. Your shoulders will come down a little bit, maybe. You know, so I'm being positive about it, and I want everybody to earn their respect. It's a huge sacrifice for what my Black American brothers are passed through.
Thank you. So now
yeah. So I'm wrapping up.
Get it. So, but you still talking like you don't get it, even though you're saying you agree. So, all right, and because we got to get to some
No
more
problem.
hands. All
Thanks
right.
for
Oh,
the
as fuck. This should
attention.
not even be a conversation. Y'all just
Damn,
jealous
girl,
for
can
no
he give
reason.
you an extra?
Everybody's the same.
Man, what do
African
you want to
Americans are
say?
the
Cause
same.
we
Y'all
about to
just
move.
jealous that Africans come to this country and do better than y'all own country. That's why y'all mad.
Where
That's
you
why y'all
from? Where you?
mad.
Hold on. Where
That's
you
why
That's
y'all
from?
the chief
mad.
what you
Where are you
want.
Boycott the
from?
African businesses. We don't care. We will support each other. We don't care. We could go back to Africa. Y'all the African Americans, y'all stay in this country and tolerate disrespect from white men and women, but do you boycott their businesses? Are y'all boycotting Lululemon? Are y'all boycotting white people that
You
continue
can
to kill
ask
y'all
Target.
people?
Ask Target
Y'all
how's the
sound
boycott
stupid.
going,
Y'all
but keep
sound
Right.
going.
stupid.
Ask
Trust me,
Target.
if I see
Literally.
anything in real
Ask
life, I'm slapping the shit
Montgomery
out
bus
y'all. We
boycott
don't
how
care.
that went.
Africans don't need you. We don't need you. We don't need you. Since
So
y'all
why
want to
you on our
separate
land?
Africans from African Americans, we don't need you. We
So go
don't
back to
need
Africa.
y'all. And we
And
will continue to
what state do you live
prosper.
in?
And
What
we will
state do you
continue to
live
be
in?
great.
What
And
state do you live
migrants
in?
will continue coming to your
What state do
country,
you live in?
making
See, you
y'all
gotta
work for
flee from
them.
your country. Talk
Migrants
about
will
you don't
continue
need nobody and you don't
Because
live
you're
in
a
your own country.
coward.
Hold on.
That's
What
why.
state do you live
Hello.
in? What state do you live
jealous,
in?
jealous, jealous.
Brother, you
Suck
just
dick, suck dick.
You the
Y'all
fleer.
jealous.
What
Y'all
state do you
jealous of
live in?
Africans. Y'all are jealous because
What
we do
state do
it
you live
better.
in?
We do
Because
it better.
with the
Y'all
English
don't. Y'all
that you're
kids
speaking,
disrespect
with the
African
English that
children
you're
when
speaking, I
they're in
can tell
school,
you
and now
don't
y'all
live in
want to get up.
Africa. You're speaking English too fluently to live in Africa.
you
Where
know
do you
damn
live?
well
Y'all
I ain't
Where do
somewhere
you
in
live?
America.
truly, and all of y'all. If I
Where
was
do
to
you
use any
live?
of
Where
y'all
do you
bitches,
live? Come
because
on,
some
tell
of
me
y'all
where
Talking
from
you
about
the
we can
live.
go
Bronx,
back to Africa. They
Where do you
always
live?
here talking about they
y'all
go they go
sound
back to.
dumb. Y'all sound dumb.
Do
Y'all
you
sound
see? Do you
dumb.
see
Ma'am,
that?
you're
Your
Do you see
using our
that?
ancestors came from
vernacular.
Do you
Africa.
see
Y'all
that?
You're
sound dumb.
using our
Boycott the
Do you
vernacular.
see
businesses.
that?
You have lost your culture, ma'am. You're
Prom
using
dresses.
our
Don't wear.
vernacular, ma'am.
Don't eat our
Talk in your native
hair
language.
done by
Ma'am, why are you
while I'm
ashamed of where you
talking.
come from? Wear your cultural garb. Start looking like
Sound
us.
dumb.
You get no ratings. Our
Sound dumb.
men don't like y'all. That's why your men marry us more. You want to keep going about embarrassed? You owe us everything that
Embarrassing.
you have on
Oh yeah,
because
they're
we
Why
gave
embarrassed
you
of
your
her.
denigrating
She's
us?
ashamed.
style.
Shut
She's
up.
We
ashamed.
gave you
That's
your
why she doesn't
style,
want to tell us
ma'am.
where she's
It's
from.
amazing.
Because she's ashamed.
We gave
She's
you
ashamed of
our
herself.
style.
She's ashamed of herself. That's why she
She
You
doesn't
would
want to
is.
tell
have
us where
no
she's
That's why she
from.
ain't got no
flow.
profile picture.
She
You
don't
would
get no.
never get
She
any respect if
All
you
of
were
y'all got money.
cosplaying
if
us.
she looked
And
good, she would
All of
have a
y'all got
profile
more money than
picture.
all of
If
you.
she
I
looked
can
good, then
tell,
she would have a
I can
profile
tell by
picture.
your
Let
America.
me tell you
She's
African
something.
owned
ashamed. She's
vernacular.
businesses in
ashamed of where
America.
I
she's
can
from.
tell
Y'all
by
just
your
jealous.
vernacular.
Y'all
But
just
see
jealous.
what? I can still tell you're
So
not
don't
us
tell me
no matter how much you cosplay because I
don't
still hear the residual
on
accent.
TikTok live.
My ears are very keen,
Y'all
ma'am.
adults on
This
TikTok.
ain't what you want. You're crashing
White
out
man.
because
Go
you
talk to
know that
Hold
your
on.
whole life
men about
is
killing your
built
people.
upon what
Go
we
talk to the
give
white
you,
man
Hold
about
on.
killing
what
your
we
people.
Just
allow
BX.
you.
Give her a good 20
Go
seconds.
talk to the white man. Go
This is
talk to the white
reinforcement.
man.
This
We
is
don't
reinforcement
care.
to
We don't
everything.
care.
Go ahead.
Boycott us. We don't care. We don't care. We don't care. Boycott us. Go talk to the white man. How about that? Go talk
If
to
you
the
don't
white man
care,
that
why are you
kill y'all
yelling?
people. Y'all don't have the energy for the
That's
because
scared of
y'all so
me.
Keep
slow. Y'all
going.
so stupid. That's why you gotta talk to ignorant people. Go talk to the white man that kill y'all people nonstop every day, disrespect y'all, call y'all niggas, look down on y'all like y'all trash, but y'all worry about fucking Africans who are the same color as you. Y'all need to worry about the white man.
We look different, ma'am.
We don't.
We
Hold
do
on.
We
Hold
look
on.
all
Keep
different.
have
going. Keep
I can
all
going.
tell you
black
not
people
us.
look
You know we do.
different.
That's why your ass ain't
So
got no profile picture.
Bia,
That's why
what
you
is a black
Bia,
crashing
come
person
out.
on
supposed
now.
to look
That's
like?
why you
What is a
crashing
black
out.
person supposed to look
You're
like? Please
crashing
tell
out.
me.
You're not
Tell me
black,
what a
you're
black person is
African.
supposed to
We
look
Tell
are the
us
like.
where
black
you're
people
from.
on this
Tell
land.
us where you're from. You
Don't
doing
worry.
so much
Don't
better,
just
but we
know
don't
I'm
know where you're
African.
from.
I'm proud to be African. Y'all the ones
Good.
Here looking
We're
Don't call
in
dumb.
me a native
Africa.
Do y'all
lady.
See,
ever
and they
hear
don't want to talk about where they're
white people
from.
always say how they're from the Caucasus regions, how they're from Europe, from their here, there.
From
Y'all just so
Senegal.
embarrassed to claim y'all African. And ZZ, bitch, shut up. You got your very
Oh,
dumb by
bitch,
the
you got the
African.
right one. Don't
You
do that.
bitch, yeah, bitch. I do got
Bitch,
the
you
right
yeah,
one.
you
Ho,
do
what's
got the right. You know
up?
what? Let me
What's
ask
And
you.
up,
black
bitch?
You got
You
we
Africans,
got
ain't gonna
your
do
hair
that
done
because
by
I'm
the
not gonna do it.
African,
You know what?
bitch,
mark it
I'm
and
gonna
you
do it
on
anyway
here
because we're going back
talking,
home with a
running your
black woman.
fucking mouth.
Even though I don't
Y'all on
even
here
think
running
you're a
y'all
we
fucking
dick
are
black
not
suckers,
woman.
looking
African,
You
not
might be
stupid.
a
at all.
fucking Karen
Bitch,
up here
your
trying to pretend to
fucking
be
thing
African
is
just to get this
afro.
anti-black
Afro
mouth
elite.
syndrome.
Bitch, I
Fuck is
don't
you
care. I
talking
will
about?
knock them 4 eyes in your fucking face, bitch. Where you from,
Bitch,
ho?
I got a face. You don't. You see this
I
black
could put my
American
face up
face?
here. I look
I
better
know
than
you
all of
want
y'all
it. I just
grown
want me to take the glasses off
Afro-goes
so you can
on
see it.
TikTok
Because what it
live.
really is
Where are your
jealousy. What it
children?
really
Go
is that
take
you
care of
want
your
this
children.
face,
I
you
hope
want
your
this voice,
children
you
not
want this
in
swag,
gangs and
you
killing
want
each
this
other
lineage,
like
but your
African
broke ass
Americans
won't go
do.
back home to get you
Yeah,
to
where
get in
your
your own
children?
bag.
Oh, I will go back
You
home to
over
my
here
mansion,
cursing out
baby,
a black
with the
American
money
on
I
my
make
land.
off of y'all.
Where
With the
my
money I
ancestors
make off
spilled
of
blood
y'all,
on, but you
bitch.
don't
How
want to
about
take your
that?
happy ass
Clock
home?
it. Since
Get
y'all
your
hate
anti-black
Africans
ass
so
out of here.
much. Y'all hate
Get your
Africans so much.
anti-black ass
Ever
the
since
fuck out of here.
Africans stepped foot in this
Please.
country, y'all children, African booty scratcher, African
Who
this,
the
African
fuck
that. Get
said
off
that? Girl,
African
that was in a
dick. Get
dream
off
you had
African
6 months
dick. Get
ago.
off
Ain't nobody
African
called
dick.
you a
Y'all suck
dumbass
too much
African booty
dick.
scratcher.
Get off
Do you
African
know who
dick.
we
Y'all
are?
sound dumb as
There's
fuck.
100 different
Y'all
things
grown
I
as
can call
fuck.
your
Where y'all
stupid ass, but
college
right the
degrees
fuck
at?
now.
Where
And
y'all
I'm
college
choosing
degrees at?
not to
Shouldn't y'all be
because I
at
don't want to
work?
go on your
Y'all
ass
on
like that.
TikTok
I'm
for
going to
a living,
choose
running
not
your
to.
fucking
But now
mouth.
Right,
I
that's
Y'all on
literally
it.
decide
TikTok
to
That's
get
for a
back
it.
on
living.
your dumb
We
ass
gotta
right the fuck
protect
now.
the integrity of
Please
the
listen to my
live. We
damn self.
gotta, ma'am,
You
you
wishing
had
you
your
Oh, by
five
the
you
minutes.
better
internet.
hope that's
And
what I go
because
to.
you
If
would
we get
not
if I
Oh,
put
get
by
your
the
back in here
internet.
and
face
talk to your ass,
on,
you better hope.
because
That's
you
the
would not
nicest
TikTok
thing
put
I
your
can
by
call
it.
your
face
ass.
on
Get
camera,
the fuck out of
Oh,
here.
period,
by
Damn
you
African
internet.
won't
booty
get
scratcher.
no viral moment
TikTok. Oh,
of yeah,
Yeah, bitch,
yeah.
please. Get the fuck on.
Reset.
Get the fuck on about here with that nonsense. What the hell got a nerve to come over here and fucking yell at me? Talking about bitch, how about you take your bitch ass back to Africa? How about that? We're over here worried about our business. All up in our damn bed. Why you not in the African space with a bunch of Africans in the live? You over here worried about us triggered. Girl, get the fuck out of here. Ugly ass. That's why you ain't got no picture. Please.
Okay.
Damn African booty scratcher. I got your African booty scratcher. Shit.
I'm coming back to you.
And y'all ask, what disrespect? What disrespect? We be chilling. And y'all will see we was just having a very civil conversation. She kept coming off the mic, kept coming off the mic, kept coming off the mic. Oh, we doing better, we doing better, we doing better. I thought y'all be quote unquote chilling and minding y'all business.
The jealousy is out of this world. That's insane. The jealousy is out of this world. That's insane. I ain't never in my
Maybe
life
she
done no shit
works
like
at
that.
the hair braiding shop. Maybe she's one of those workers.
Got to be.
And they cutting hours. They cutting
One of her
hours
cousins was
already.
probably on my head. The hell last time I went to one of them joints. Can't do it.
All right. Let's get to Hope. Hope.
Oh my God, you put me on a hot plate. I didn't want to go in this moment. I'm from Ethiopia. Uh, this bitch needs to be boycotted. I hate her. It's like, no, I understand. I understand the point where you guys are coming from. Uh, the good thing is that the diaspora people in America are only 2.1 million people. The black American people are around 48 million people. It's like uncomparable. Like it's like getting a spoon of water from the ocean. So I understand, but these little people doesn't represent the whole African or all the black diasporas. You know, there are people have some kind of personal problems or disorders. I don't know what to say. This is just being rude. This doesn't represent. I understand that. I know that this boycott is gonna break some African hair braiding shops. Like it will totally put them out of business, and they will go quiet. That's the result you'll get. But this thing will gaslight or put like a gas on a big agenda because uh this has been like the how can I say it? It's like the big agenda behind it. Like let them fight each other. You know, there is something big behind this. Now the big difference between colonization and slavery is the same thing actually. Someone places God in your life. They do you do whatever they want. It's like we as Africans has been experiencing it, and black Americans have been experiencing it. So there's no difference. No one is better than no one. But the big picture is not supposed to be this. I wish I could see that
Well,
black people
okay.
unite and take over the economy on something. But it's like
Let, let me
go
jump
to the
in.
boycott. It's like okay, go
Let,
on. Sorry.
yeah, let me jump in. Let me jump in. And I
Okay, go
know,
on.
you get first off, you okay? You cool? I see you drinking that ice water, right? You probably
Oh, you talking about me?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm still thinking about that. She got me fucked up. My bad. You can see it in my face.
I see you boiling. I see you still hot. I'm like, oh damn. Yeah,
That's
she was
insane.
she was
That's
wild as
insane.
hell.
And disrespect is crazy. But go ahead.
That's a rude
No,
person. That's
yeah,
just her
she was
personality.
very. Listen,
That's rude.
yep. Now
Yeah.
let me say to what you're saying.
Let me
We
go
don't
ahead on my bad.
believe all it is. We are mature enough to not believe that all of Africa is any one thing, or all of any nation is any one thing. At a certain, we know people have different ways of life, different religions, different political beliefs, and
Hmm.
manners and upbringing. We understand this. We're not ignorant
Yeah.
people. We totally understand this. Now, what
Right.
we're talking about is in America, what we're noticing is a pattern coming from a group of people. Now we understand what they've been through. We do, and we've been trying to fight alongside them to the best of our ability. So we're very
Mm-hmm.
empathetic with them, as we've been with the Hispanics, as we've been with Asians, as we've been with everybody. Okay, you got a lot of noise in the background. As we've been with
Sure.
everybody else.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not as if we're doing this. Okay, brother, hold
Sorry.
on.
Okay.
Okay, because there's a lot of noise. It's not as if we don't understand or care or recognize that you guys have been through things. It's not like that. But the thing is that what you guys have been through, we can't allow that to be an excuse for our disrespect, because we've been through a lot ourselves. And we don't go anywhere talking about we're doing like how that woman did just now. We don't go to Africa on that type of time at all, or the Caribbean on the type of time she was just on. That's a perfect example. What she was just on, we don't go anywhere else in the world behaving that way. But they come here and behave that way. Talk about how much quote unquote better they're doing than us and all of that stuff. And we're seeing that this is a pattern of behavior. And it's not been checked, because even though you guys might not lash out like she did, secretly too many of you guys agree. All right, that's the problem. And y'all don't want, and even the ones that don't agree don't really care to really check them. So only a few people from the diaspora will actually stand up and address and correct the disrespect from the diaspora and the off-code behavior coming from the diaspora. So that's where we're at now. All right, because something needs to happen that's going to a reality check. Sorry, I was getting a call. That's going to be a reality check for the diaspora. Something needs to happen to really force you guys to understand that we need to be taken serious, and that disrespect is not going to go without any consequences. So this is the consequence. The boycott is a consequence to something. People don't just boycott just cause. A boycott is a consequence to somebody doing something or something like that, or policy or something like that. That's what a boycott is for. So this is a consequence to generations of disrespect and disrespectful people coming from the diaspora to America. All right. And undermining us and being tethers like that woman.
I understand your point. I understand 100% where you're coming from. All the things that you have described, it's true. I understand. But there is a bigger thing behind it. Imagine, let me ask you something. What do you think of Afghanistan? What do you think of, like, the first thing that comes to your brain? What do you think of Africa? It's like starved people, people with like very starved people, like poor people and everything. What do you think of Afghanistan? Bombs, people killing each other, like destruction and everything.
You can't say
Most
that.
people say most people say like that, and
Okay.
that's just the media putting some kind of codes in our brain. And the same thing has happened to the black people in the movies, everything, everywhere, everything that you see, even the devil is black. So that's what they say. I don't know. It's like everything bad things is associated to black people, like robberies, this kind of things. It's like this is like something that has been done for generations to believe that we are not that.
No,
We believe
okay,
that
but
they put us in this kind of thing, and this you don't solve it this way. It's like
but
there's
it's
a
deeper
better
than
way.
that,
There
brother.
should be a better way. This will stop
It's
it
deep. Hold on,
eventually,
hold
but
on. It's
yeah,
deeper than that. It's deeper
yeah.
than because that's, even though that is true, and we know we are, put in a bad light.
Mm-hmm.
We're put in a bad light in the media, and that is true. We have to understand that we can't put that entire blame on that aspect alone, because you have first generation Africans who are treating us The way she was speaking English, she's not no immigrant directly
Right.
from Africa. More than likely, she was born. I couldn't really tell no accent. And all
Yeah.
the disrespect, I couldn't tell where she was from exactly. All right.
Mhm.
So she was born and raised here, and she has that same amount of vitriol for us. So it's not just the media selectively giving you guys images of us that manipulates or brainwashes you guys to have this
Mhm.
image. She's growing up with the same media that we have. She's growing up seeing the same images that we see with the same educational schooling and programs that we have, and this is her attitude towards us. So it's
Mhm.
deeper than I watched a movie where you guys were the criminals, so that's why I think this way. All right, because if that's the case, then the immigrants who are raised here wouldn't think that way, and they do. All right, and it's deeper because there is a culture that enables a behavior of separatist among each other, that
Mhm.
enables a behavior of backstabbing, let's be honest, among each other,
Mhm.
which is why in Africa you all beef within each other's tribes. Okay, it
Exactly. Yeah.
enables you all not to come together. There's a
Mhm.
behavior that perpetually enables you all not to come together. All right. And that supports a division amongst your own nationality and amongst your own nation and in other nations. All right. Where
That's how
everybody
they. That's how they
hold on,
exploit
hold
you.
on, hold
That's
on,
how
hold on. Let me
they
land,
be in
brother. Hold
power.
on.
Okay.
Hold on, hold
Go
on.
on.
And
Sorry.
this
Go
is
on.
why they're in that condition. And yes, we can acknowledge, and I will, and I always will acknowledge the fact that you have YT supremacy who's orchestrating it. But they can
Mhm.
orchestrate it very easily because there has already been an existing culture of people trying to get over on everybody. And if you have a land of people and everybody's trying to get over on everybody, it's very easy to exploit them. That's the problem. Where everybody's trying to do for self instead of doing for everybody else and working together. Which is
Mhm.
why in Africa you got different tribal beefs and stuff like that. That doesn't even make sense. But and that's been going on for generations and stuff.
Mhm.
So the problem is deep. It's a deep problem.
Yeah. That's what I want every black people living in America to see. That it's like it's not. This is not gonna bring. This will bring some kind of temporary solution, but there is a bigger thing behind it, because the only way that the whites or the supremacists is that they can stay in power and keep manipulating us is by dividing us. In Africa,
Okay,
in where I'm
stop,
from,
stay there,
a
stay
million
there,
a
stay
million
there.
people died
Hold 1 minute, 1 minute, stay right there. Absolutely, I
just in
want to point
3 years.
out
Yes,
two
ma'am.
things.
Sorry. Go on.
I
Sorry.
want to
Go
point
on.
out two things. He's been on this
Okay.
panel all this time and he didn't hear everything that we said. It's not resonating with him. He's still talking
Okay.
about this ain't going to do that and it's not everybody. And also, the one at the bottom was saying, well, generalizing won't help. But the young lady who came up wouldn't even tell us where she's from. So some people have got to catch straight. So I just wanted to point those two things out before I forgot, because he's saying a lot over there. But yeah. So all this time on the panel, and he don't get it, and he's still deflecting to the white tea people. So I want to put it to everybody that's in the room. Everybody, we already know who created the systems, the isms, all that. We know who the main oppressors are, right? For all groups, right? Our thing is the complicitness of the black immigrants specifically. Because just like she said, we're all black or whatever she was saying, we're all melanated. You can't tell us differently. I beg to differ. But still, if you notice, why would you vote against us? Why would you try to take away things against us? Why wouldn't you try to advocate for us to get certain things that we needed? Y'all are complicit and upholding the white systems against us. So please, when you come in the room and it says FBA disrespect leads to African business boycott, stay with the African business boycott because we know who the main oppressor is. We lived under them for over 400 years. It's our turn to address you guys.
And we've been the ones fighting against it, preaching to you guys. We need to be on that page. We ain't ever lost the plot. You speaking, and we still ain't lost the plot. But let me ask you this one question, and then we're gonna move on. The woman that was just up speaking before you, the one who was just that had the black profile. Do you think we should look past that and try to get along with that for some greater good?
No, I told you, she's a very rude person. That's just
Hold on,
rude behavior. It
yeah,
doesn't
and that's her
generalize.
behavior. But the thing is that
Yeah.
she's not a one-off. And the thing is that because she's not a one-off, and you have other people like her, and then other people who might not be as rude as her, but who agree with what she said, that's why we can't have this camaraderie.
I'm not
Because hold
against the
on,
boycott.
we
I'm
got
not
too
against the
many.
boycott. Okay.
Hold on, because we have too many people who are of her kin and of her mentality in the group. And every time we try to address the people like her in the group, we have people telling us we need to look past that and we need to focus on quote unquote the bigger picture. And we can never get to focusing on the bigger picture because we got people who look like her in the community doing damage. And then people who are, or I don't know what she looked like, can't say she looked like her. I don't know what the hell she
They
looked
ain't look
like.
like much.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
But you got
Uh,
people like her doing
you
damage. So
I'm
that's
with you,
that's
brother. I'm
why.
with you. Do what you have to do. Do what you have to do.
All
For
right.
sure, they will stop. They will stop doing this disrespecting. I don't say. Still, I'm not saying that these people represent African diasporas because
Mm-hmm.
uh, they don't. This
But
is just 5, 10, 20 people saying on the social media whatever they say. But do whatever you have
no,
to
no,
do.
it's not.
Let's see the
Stop,
result,
stop,
and
stop,
then
brother. Stop, brother.
I don't
Because
know.
every time we have this conversation, there's always somebody trying to say it's only a handful of people. It's way more than
Mhm.
just a handful of people.
Yeah.
Because if it was only a handful of people, you all would be checking them. We wouldn't even have to address them if it was only a handful of people who thought that way. But the fact that you're
Well,
coming up here and you're saying that her behavior was not completely
acceptable. It's not
abhorrent,
acceptable.
yeah,
Yeah.
you said rude. Okay, you didn't
Yeah.
necessarily even really voice a disagreement. You just said it was rude. You said that a couple of times. You
Yeah,
know,
she is. Like, how can you
yeah,
say this?
it's beyond rude. It's a little bit more than rude, though.
Yeah, like, how can you say this? She's
Yeah.
an immigrant. You should respect and live by the rules of the people
Okay.
here. I
Okay.
don't know. All right, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you.
anyways, for
Thank you.
giving me a chance. Have a good one.
All right, you too. Let's get to.
That ended nicely. 1 minute, Afro. So
Okay.
it's 9:48 Eastern Standard Time. We have been on here for a while. If we could
Yeah.
wrap it up by like 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, do you think we'll have enough time for that? Or that's
Yeah.
too much
I don't know if
time?
we would. I don't know if we would stretch it that far. Because the same.
Okay,
Yeah. I
no
don't know if we
problem.
would even stretch it that far. But yeah, we definitely not going
No
past that.
problem. Okay,
Let's see.
got it.
Let's get to a not. Let me see.
Alicia.
Adaya.
Alicia.
Daya there, she's
Yeah,
been there.
Adaya was.
I
Yeah,
think
you're
before
next
you.
after her.
Hello.
Right.
Hi guys.
How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you? I'm from Eritrea, East Africa.
Okay.
And yeah. And the thing I want to say is that some of our African, I'm from Africa, I understand. Some of us in Africa, we don't know your struggle. They don't have information. For me, my father is Pan-Africanist, and from young age, I know Malcolm X, everything. To be honest, I know your struggle, and some of them they don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like they don't have information. Most of them, like if you live in the city, when I'm young, now things change in Africa. Everyone have Wi-Fi something, but because my father is like this Pan-Africanist, he tell us everything. about the black struggle in America and about everything. And now I understand everything in your side, to be honest. Everything, why you upset, why you everything, because like everything now we immigrants, everything we get in America because of you guys, the freedom, everything. And I hope my people need to understand and see your history.
Okay.
Yeah, my father, I want to tell this one, and I will tell you. My father, I remember when Mike Tyson is fighting with the white guy, because my father's dead, I feel something, he just gathered the whole people in my hometown, in our home, because we have TV. He, like, I don't want to bring the race thing, but he's like, Mike Tyson is fighting a white man to the end. He gathered everyone, he bring food. You know what I mean? Like, to support Mike Tyson. I was in Africa at that time. I'm 8 years old, That kind of father raised me. Now, I'm in USA. When I working, some people tell me like, Black Americans lazy. I say, I will be lazy if I work free for 300 years and don't get payment. I will be lazy. Like that kind of mentality is, I get it from my father, You know what I mean? Not, I understand everything and I support you. I love you guys, and I will say bye. Sorry.
Okay. Well, thank you, and I hope you understand why we're doing this here, right?
Yes, I understand. I
Okay, that's
understand
good.
everything, because we need to stand with you. We need to support you. We need to understand your struggle. Because of your struggle, we are here.
Yeah.
Everything we get it because of Yeah, in Africa we have some struggles, but we are majority there. You know what I mean? People have we are majority, to be honest, right? Even the colonizer is there. We are majority, but you guys here minority, but you fight back for 300 years, and I support everything, and I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. That's your son. Your profile picture. That's your son.
Yes, that's my son. That's my son.
Okay. Well, thank
Thank
you.
you. Okay, welcome. You're welcome. Come back.
All right.
That was sweet.
That
But we
was-
not lazy though. But I did like that was a cute little
I feel like
rebuttal.
that was a
No,
little language barrier.
no,
I think
I'm
she
not
didn't
saying
mean
you're
to.
lazy,
No,
but
I get it. I get it. I
Yeah.
like
get what you
people
were saying.
writing lazy, because my father teach me everything. I will appreciate him. I will tell you, my father have, because of his in this politics, he have a chance to come to American 4 times. He said, "No, I'm not going there." He said, "My brothers have. I want to show them that." Like his black power. My father, he denies 4 times American visa. We are, at that time we are mad because we want to come to USA, something, you remember, like every child in Africa. But he's, because he said, no, my people struggle, that kind. He said my people. And I remember, like, what, gathering everyone to show Mike Tyson win. Imagine that kind of, you know what I mean. He said he gathered everyone. Today he gonna beat this white guy. I'm sorry, these things, but he said he gonna fight them. You see, today our black brothers gonna win. And when Mike Tyson win, you know what I mean? I don't know. I grown up that kind. I read every African history, black history. He teach us about Malcolm X. Everyone, He's,
That's what's
yeah,
up.
exactly.
That's all right. Father doing good, man.
Yeah.
Shout out
Sounds like
Africa.
he was saying. It sounds like he was saying when Mike Tyson win, we all win because he was
Right.
fighting a white T-man.
Yes, he see
Correct?
himself the same
Yeah.
like Really,
Yeah.
that kind of father raised me. But I know some people, when they think they are better than you, something, they don't have information. They have to learn first. Everyone in Africa here, my African brothers, first learn black people's history in America. You know what I mean? Learn it, and you understand everything. If they are not be there, we are not be here. We need to support them. Yeah, we need to support them. We need to respect them.
Yep,
That's all.
absolutely. Let's but thank you. I appreciate you, sister. Thank you.
Yeah,
So
that was cool.
Okay.
let's get to Alicia.
Hello, everyone.
How you doing?
I'm fine. My name is Alicia. I am from Guyana, so I am Afro Guyanese.
Oh, you gotta mute your mic, Michael. You gotta mute your mic. Keep going, Alicia.
Okay, I'm from Guyana. I am Afro Guyanese. So Guyana is located in South America, but culturally we classify ourselves as Caribbeans. But so my thing is, I understand why the Africans, I'm sorry, the Black Americans are upset. I totally understand. And I'm kind of like in between. Like, I don't support the boycott, but I understand why Black American want to support that. But for me, I don't support it because Africa is a continent.
Hmm.
It's a continent, and it's like we cannot have the entire continent be accountable for one Pacific country, mess up.
Well, yeah, we're not punishing the continent. We're boycotting businesses in America. We're not.
Okay,
We're. This is they're in America, setting up businesses in America.
right.
You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
this is to address how they should start behaving in America. You know what I'm saying? Because we wouldn't be able to go to your country and as a Black American, we wouldn't be able to go to your country setting up businesses, acting how we want to act. Your people would never allow that.
They wouldn't even
They,
encourage that,
they
and I
yes,
get
they would
why.
never. They would never in a million years allow
No,
that. And we're
exactly.
not trying to get them to change because they shouldn't allow that,
Hmm.
and we shouldn't allow the disrespect that we've received either.
Okay.
We should have been on this page, to be very honest with you.
Hmm. So I'm actually happy that I stopped by here. So I'm like I'm a little bit like I'm trying to catch up with the topic. So what exactly are and what exactly is the African is I'm sorry, but I'm so sorry because now I have to be fixing the way I, call African American because since growing up, we say African American as long as you're black, we say you're African because in my country we're mixed. We have Indians, we have Chinese, we have Africans, we have Portuguese. So it's like Six Nation where I'm from. But
Hmm.
us, they classify us as Afro Guyanese. So we have the Afro and then we have our nationality.
Hmm.
So we would have the what do you call
Well,
it?
yeah, I get it. I
Yeah.
mean, I get it. It's like a little language barrier thing, but yeah, but just Black
Hmm.
American is fine.
Okay, Black American. So do we have to push for this? Like, do Black American have to push for the boycott?
Let me ask you a question. First off, yes, to answer, but let me ask you, what would you rather us do?
Unite, unite. That's all I know. Unite.
Always unite.
Oh, I mean, look at it. I mean, look at it. Like other races, it's only the black race is doing this.
Oh,
Let me
that's a
ask you this then.
lie.
Let me ask you this then. First off, yeah,
Hmm.
Donald Trump is still getting flack for not ending the damn conflict going on with Russia and Ukraine right now. They out there throwing missiles at each other. When you talking about what we
Hmm.
got going on, man, come on, please don't do that.
Okay,
But
I agree.
here's the thing, because they
Okay.
and this is a part of anti-blackness because when we
Hmm.
talk about conflicts among each other, people
Hmm.
try to make it seem like this is a unique thing that only we do. Do you know how much conflict goes on in Asia?
You're right.
Yeah.
You know what they got going on over there.
So
You know what they get going on in South America. And you from South? You know what they got going on in South America.
I do.
Yeah, come on now, let's not do that.
Okay,
Black on
I don't want to
black
go there,
crime is
And,
a
but
thing.
mhm.
what
Cause
you heard the lady go on that little rant, right? You've
And
been
she did too much. She did too much.
and
I
this is
don't.
why we can't unite because we have too many people like that woman.
And I
Right.
agree. I agree with you because
And
I
Alicia,
want to. Hmm.
Alicia, if I could just add to you, because I'm actually half Guyanese myself. I'm half FBA, half Guyanese, right? The
Okay.
same exact thing that's going on in America that Black Americans are talking about.
is the same thing that costed Afro-Guyanese people their land, right? So
with the Indians.
when you look at the better parts of Guyana, right? East Indians like Kamala Harris, the Coolie people that they would call Coolie, they completely control the government, right? And they've undermined people like Desmond Heights. They
Yeah,
tried to pew pew attempt Desmond Heights. All these different black Afro Guyanese people that are like they would be considered like the indigenous people of Guyana, but that whole laxed ideology of we all need to come together and we all need to unite is why Guyana looks the way that it looks right now. Right? That's the reason why America was able to send Jim Jones over to Guyana, and he basically convinced a bunch of people to unalive themselves because people are not standing up for their lineage, right? And that's why I don't really mess with the Guyanese part of my family because they don't got no revolution in them. And I can't stand like that. I stand on business. You get what I'm saying? So for me, there's Guyanese people in my family right now that are wealthy and they have money. And the way that they are wealthy and they have money is by aligning themselves with the Coolie people over there in Guyana. And all those people are doing is oppressing the natives of
you're
Guyana.
right.
Just like there's native tribes here in America, there's native tribes in Guyana too. All of them poor, all of them broke.
You're right.
So that's why I
Um,
don't like when people act like they don't know what's going on when in their respective countries. These things are actually going on in 4K. That the Indians over there, where he said the brother called the Coolie, are literally in positions of power, undermining her people. So I don't understand how she don't understand what we're talking about.
no, here was the thing. I'm a peacemaker. I'm all about like unity. Get what I'm saying. I I I've been in this country 10 years. I've gained my citizenship. I have dealt
You
with
got a echo, I think.
Yeah, I don't know what this.
I don't know. Let me try to put my TV down. Can you guys hear me better?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've been in this country 10 years. I'm a US citizen. Okay, so I have dealt with some Africans firsthand, and what I notice with Africans, there's racism within them. They don't like themselves. So if they cannot like themselves, they would not like no other culture. And I witnessed that. I am not going to
You want
speak
us
for
to
all.
unify with?
I'm sorry.
And those are the people you want us to unify with?
I
Because see,
mean,
that lady who was here, let me
mhm,
stop you, right? So you've only been a citizen for 10 years.
mhm.
So you don't understand that there was a large Pan-African, I don't know what you studied, but I'm gonna tell you, there's been a large Pan-African movement here in the United States of America for a while. I come from like one of the headquarters of it, New York City. I don't think there is a Pan-Africanist of stature such as Malcolm X who hasn't either lived in Manhattan or who hasn't either visited. Even Castro visited Manhattan, right? Harlem. So here's our issue. Y'all come up here new, right? And y'all don't really know the history of foundational black Americans, African Americans / black American, foundational black Americans. Y'all don't know the history or y'all negate to acknowledge the history. We were Pan-Africans for a long time, only for the African continent at the height of social media, 2010 for me, when they told us we weren't African, we don't eat the food, we don't know our great grandparent, we don't know the language, and a European born in Africa is more African than us. Ma'am, we've tried unity, a lot of us. And so it gets frustrating. And see that lady who was here talking in our language, and we know what she looked like because she probably had the lace fronts and all this other stuff that we are known for wearing, right? So you copy us, you talk like us, but then you diminish us all because we are answering your disrespect. We're not a hateful people. We are a reactionary
I know
one.
that.
We
I know that.
are. Yeah, so when you say you only been here 10 years and that you are peacemaker and you call for unity and in the same breath say that you have dealt with Africans and they're disrespectful, why do we have to continue to diminish ourselves on our land?
Because
Like we're not citizens. We are of the soil.
yes, I agree. I agree. Here's my point.
It's frustrating,
I didn't get
Alicia.
to my point. So here's my point. Like
Yeah,
I'm saying,
okay.
um, so I have dealt. I'm not going to speak for the entire continent, but I've dealt with a few people from a few African countries, and then Okay, so I'm aware of someone experience. This girl, she was dating an
For the
African.
sake of time, I'm not, because we have everybody hasn't spoken yet. So for the sake of
Okay,
time, I'm gonna tell you,
okay.
you got to keep it
So
short.
this girl, she was dating, she's of Caribbean descent. She was dating an African, and his family, the African guy, his family was like, make sure you don't get that girl pregnant. And he was like, why? She was like, oh, you know those American women, they put the man on child support. So the African guy told his sister, you know what? She's not American. She's African, she's Caribbean. And then the girl was like, oh, Americans and Caribbean, they're the same. So some African countries really classify, if you're not from Africa and you're Afro from, or African from other part of the world, they really classify you as American. So I get why the Black Americans are frustrated, and I get it. I really do get it, because you cannot come to someone else's land
Hmm.
and disrespect them. The Africans, the ones that I know, they would not encourage disrespect on their land. You cannot go over there and try that bullshit. You cannot go over there and try that bullshit.
Okay, so why would you preach to us to have a different response than they would have? Because you I'm sure we all know the response that they would have is way worse than what we're talking about. They wouldn't be having no talk about no boycott. It wouldn't be no boycott, nothing. These people would resort straight to a violent solution. It would be an immediate, first off, they do it among each other. So you know for a fact, it off rip, it'd be immediate violent solution if we did half of the things that we've been allowing them to get away with.
That's
And the thing is that a boycott is not violent whatsoever. It doesn't wish harm. We're not wishing harm or bad or ill on anybody. But every time we're talking about the slightest bit of consequences that they must face for their actions, nobody's denying that they're doing it. But when we talk about consequences for their actions, we have to unify. No, you cannot unify with people like that. All right. This is the problem, because we have coddled them so much, so to the point where they have an erosive behavior, a cancerous behavior among each other, which is why in their nations they can't unify to solve any problems, which is why they have to flee here. Because if they were solving problems in their nations, they wouldn't have to flee. But they're out here fleeing here, overstaying visas, trying to dodge ICE and all that stuff. It's sad. It's sad. But the thing is that we can't fix the problem if you're gonna if you're gonna keep coddling them. This is the medicine to solve that virus that we need. And every time we're about to apply the damn medication, it's always, well, let's not go there yet. It's too far. It's too far. It's too much. Every time we say something, it's too much. Well, talking ain't getting the job done. We're at this point now because talking hasn't gotten the job done.
so you guys standing on business.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This has got to be. We got to see it through. Talking
Well,
ain't getting the job done.
I'm kind of like in between, because I love my African brothers and sisters, and I also love my Black American brothers and sisters as well.
Hmm.
So I'm kind of like in between, like
Yeah, but
boycott.
Alicia,
Mhm.
let me talk to you as somebody that's half Afro Guyanese, right? Let me holler at you real quick. All right, let me pull you to the side, right? This is what I learned from the other side of my family tree, right? When you look at the measures of what Africa has done for Guyana or any of the Caribbean islands, and what Black Americans have contributed and helped to do for any of the Caribbean islands, it shouldn't be equal. Africa ain't never came and helped nobody. They never came back to help no one over here on this side of the world. On this northern side of the hemisphere, they never came over here and helped anyone.
That's true.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
I've witnessed this firsthand. Like the Black
Yeah,
Americans would show you more
yeah.
love.
I'm gonna give you a good 10 seconds to like really close your statement, and we're gonna move on to the next speaker. Okay.
Okay, I was saying that the Black Americans would show you so much love than the Africans. Like I said, I've been here 10 years, and I have kids. My kids, they're from originally African. So I've dealt with, I have the best of the both worlds, the Caribbeans, the Africans, and the Black Americans. And I'm telling you 100%, they will show you way more love than the Africans. The Africans, they're pretenders. Some of them. Like I said, I'm not speaking for the entire continent.
Is their father African?
Yes.
Okay.
So
There it is.
I've like, there's so much racism within it. I don't want to talk about it here, but like I said, I wish you guys the best on the boycott, and yeah. But
Okay.
I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle. I'm a peacemaker. I'm sorry about that.
Well, just okay.
But I understand what's going on. I understand what I want to say to everyone. We have 222 people that's watching this live. Know your history. Know your history. Read up about the African Black American history, African American history. Read up about that, because these people have been through nothing easy.
Yep.
I don't care what nobody say. Like, I grew up watching.
Alicia, that's your
I'm
grandson
sorry.
a little. We gotta move on.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. But the thing is that if you want to be a peacemaker, you need to stand on business. Sometimes being a peacemaker is not sitting on the sidelines.
Yep.
You need to be on this page, because this is the page that's going to solve the problem. All right. We're not. And this isn't about hating anybody. I'm not trying to preach hate. I'm not trying to encourage or enable anybody to hate nobody. This is about solving disrespect. I would rather people just love themselves enough for them not to be disrespected by anybody. So that's what this is about, and solving the issue. And if you really want to solve the issue, then you will stand with us in what we're doing here, because this is what's going to bring about the change that you're speaking of. All right. This is what's going to bring that about. But thank you.
And I don't think they see Caribbean people and Americans as the same either. Maybe similar, because I've heard that comparison before. But to say that they look at us the same, I don't think so. A lot of these Caribbeans will align themselves with these anti-Black Africans and get on some, and just be spreading their anti-Black American vitriol everywhere, okay, amongst each other, and then come together to do it amongst us. So I don't think they're not the same, but I could see them having like a similar. I've heard similarities, before, but it's definitely not the same. We're not even treated the same, to be honest. So as soon as they found out you were Caribbean, we American, it's like, oh, okay, well, the Caribbean's the one with the culture, right? So yeah, nah, it's a little different.
It is. They don't call them a kata, so let's
Right,
not play that game.
right.
Let's not play that.
Yeah.
Let me see. Marshall, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Peace, family, peace, hope all is
After
well.
that, we'll get to unwritten. Sister there.
Thank you for having me on the platform. Well, you said you want Unwritten to go first, you said?
No, I said after you, we'll get to unwritten.
All right, yeah. Thank you for having me on the platform. And that's the thing, right? People always say we all black, we all let's unify, and then it starts going down to now they racist all of a sudden. Like we can't, you know, we can't go from let's all unify and then start now letting us know all the bads about the same people you want to unify with. What's up, big guy? Give me 5. So at the end of the day, it's like what we gotta understand is like I believe in alliances, right? I believe in alliances, not unity. You got to think of it like 300, right? The movie 300. The people, the allegiance of people is unity. A bunch of weak people, right, coming together, and the 300 is alliance. Now, what is alliance? Alliance is us working on ourselves, fixing home first, making sure home is good first before we help everybody else, right? Unity is I'm just going to join with everybody because we think we have the same goal but have different agendas. So you see how the 300 was able to defeat and destroy the legion of people, destroy the unity, right? And so that's the problem. We have people that want to align. She's from Guyana. Instead of focusing on home, right? She want to go worry about Africa. People from Jamaica, instead of focusing on home and kicking the Chinese out, kicking the oil companies out, kicking people out, right? They want to focus on Africa. Instead of the Haitians focusing on home and making sure home good, they want to focus on Africa. So everybody focus on Africa and everywhere else instead of focusing on home. So my thing is this. When it come down to this thing, yes, it's disrespect, and we understand that disrespect is definitely a major part. But the bigger part is what's happened on a political scale and what's happening on a financial scale, right? We got people, they have people in positions, like I said, Austin Chain, who wanted to remove Black History Month, Wes Moore, who vetoed the reparations bill, Ann Hill Bond, she's Ghanaian and Jamaican, who act like it was love and hip hop at a reparation meeting. We have immigrant class as reparations task force that know it's illegal to use race, right? That knows it's illegal to use race in regards to reparations, but they're still trying to use race instead of a lineage, although people have been saying lineage for I don't know how long, right? So they are purposely doing these things on purpose, right? We have the Black Caucus, which is a whole bunch of immigrants who vetoed two reparations bills, right? One is the cash payments, and another one is another one is the Freedmen's Agency, right? And so we have all these all this immigrants class undermining and doing things to undermine the so-called Black Americans on their land. So it's bigger than feelings, words, and disrespect. Is what people are doing. We had one person that people deemed a bad person. That was General Langley, and the whole world was ready to turn. The whole of Africa was ready to go crazy. Now imagine multiple people undermining on a day-to-day basis, and General Langley was doing his job. But imagine multiple people undermining Africa, multiple people undermining Jamaica, multiple. That's what's going on over here. So it's bigger than words and feelings. It's what's being done on an economic scale and on a political level. This is the problem. When people say, well, why don't you go get the Chinese and the YT and everybody else? Or why do the Chinese and the YT get together? Why do they get together where their people come on? Well, when their people come, they get together. If a YT come down from another country, they're going to get together, work together on one accord. When the Chinese have a Chinese come down from another country, they're going to get together, work on another accord. When every insert country American come together with an insert country immigrant, they're going to get together and work on one accord. When the immigrant class Black person, so-called, they come here, they extract from our resources, and then they make their own communities. Little Ghana in the Bronx. That's when they separated, made their own communities. A little synagogue in Harlem. They took our resources, separated, made their own communities. Africatown in PA, own communities. Little Congo, PA, own communities. Somali in Minnesota. So they make their own communities and separate away from us and do their own thing. But they talk about we all one, we all together. No, it's social unity, economic warfare. I'm gonna say it again. It's social unity, so it's all love, face to face. What up, my brother? But economically, it's warfare. And then they gaslight you, say we all one. No, it's always been separation. It's always been a divide since day one. We just didn't wake up into it until now and realize, hold on, every other group is separating, and we spending our money with every other group. All right, we're gonna do exactly what every other group is doing. They doing their group economics. Shout out to y'all. Now it's time for us to do our group economics. And the moment we do our group economics, oh nigga, you hateful, you xenophobic, you how dare you? All of a sudden. So now it's hateful and xenophobic when we want to get ourselves up on an economic scale. But when they do it, it's all good. It's all love. Right? And so this is the issue that we have at hand. Right? We have the African Union right now that's trying to find ways, they have a roadmap trying to find ways to take out 1.9 to 2.6 trillion dollars and bring it over to the continent right now as we speak. This was the switch. If everybody, you got to understand, and I'm not trying to be too long. What we got to understand is if you get Black Americans to this point where we get like this, we are the most loving, the most accepting you can do, and we'll still give you grace. We'll turn on the cheek. We've been turning on the cheek for the last 65 years. We've been turning on the cheek for the last 65 years, pouring our empty cups into everybody for the last 65 years. And now, when we've seen the African Union trying to utilize our 1.9 to 2.6 trillion dollars behind our back, by the way, behind our back, without asking, hey, Black Americans, what you think? Hey, Black Americans, you think this is cool? They did it behind our back with the YT government, the Joe Biden administration, and they also tried to take part of our reparations. And they also made us their sixth region without asking us any permission. So this was the switch. A lot of people think that we just jealous. It's got nothing to do with jealousy at all. When we see that people are undermining and doing things with the YT behind our back, that's a problem. And now we on your heels. So I'm gonna say this last thing. So all I'm saying is what people are saying now, after 65 years, we've been pouring into everybody else's cup. It's time for us to start pouring into our own cups for the first time in 65 years, and you guys will be okay. You guys will be okay. We're not going for the gaslighting. We're not going for the it's hate, xenophobia, all them boogeyman words. None of that. We're going to do our group economics like every other group is doing, and it's all love. And if you don't like that, then you anti-Black America. I'll land on that.
Well put. That was well put. Well put. Thank you. And I think you emphasize the problem, and this is something that I've been saying, is a lot deeper than people who are quote unquote being offended. This is the problem is much more severe than you hurt my feelings or you offended me or when I gave you the nod you didn't give it back. So now we're gonna no, this is not that. All right, this is not that. All right, this is a very serious problem. All right, because they are working as collaborators. Because when you come in, and you can be a collaborator in many ways, but to be an anti-Black American collaborator, you are working against the community. So that way, if you take from the pot and you don't put nothing back, that's working against the group. And that's something that a lot of them been doing. They've been helping themselves to seconds and thirds, and they've been putting nothing back into the pot. You understand? So that, as far as the disrespect, as far as getting into political positions and deliberately just blocking reparations straightforward or sabotaging it. So the problem is deep. It's not you called me an Akata, oh, I hate Africans. No. This is a deep problem. And it's about time we address it. So when people talk about, well, can't we just get along? And they're not all like that. And let's just look at the good. No. We cannot keep trying to just look at the good. No, we got to acknowledge the issue for what it is. So thank you for that. I think you excellently put that.
Thank you for your time, brother.
Thank you. Let's get to Unwritten.
Hey everyone. I've been listening for a while, and I think we have to realize they're not actually asking for unity. Like, they say unity, but what they really mean is sacrifice and silence. They want us to basically completely just wipe away all the issues that we have because they benefit from it. And in this dynamic, they're completely okay with Black Americans getting the shorter end of the stick, or Black Americans being disrespected, or anything that we're saying. They're completely okay with, as long as they get to benefit out of the dynamic. So every time we hear unity, understand that what they mean is sacrifice and silence. That's why when we have these conversations, that's their solution. The solution is unity, but it's like, how can the solution be what we've already done and we see it's not working for us? Because we are unified. That's how we've been able to get to this place thus far. We're just realizing that this unity is detrimental to us. So we have unity amongst Black Americans. So we already have unity. They just want to continue to benefit and reap the rewards of being unified to us. So when we sever those ties, it's like Foundation was saying, like, everyone is able to, essentially create their own plate, but they're creating their plate off of our plate. So we're not able to enjoy the fruits of our labor fully because we have so many people's hands on our plate. And now we were okay with that as long as it has some level of reciprocity, because we agreed to these dynamics in terms of these coalitions that we're a part of. And so right now, it's so interesting to watch. Like, you're seeing people go through these phases of, you have some people who are completely in denial about it, like, oh, it's nothing. Some people who are upset about it because they understand the weight that it holds. And you have people who are now negotiating, like, wait, do you really got to do that? And then now you have people apologizing. Like, you're seeing the entire spectrum already happen, and the boycott hasn't even started yet. Like, it hasn't even started yet, and you're already seeing the impacts of just the conversation around it. And it's like, wow, that's power right there. But even though we're communicating boycott right now, I think additional terms or perspectives that are going to come into the conversation eventually is divestment to reinvest. So boycotts do typically come to an end, but when you're divesting, and when I say divesting, I mean you're removing your association with all of these different coalitions that we're a part of. And we've mentioned this before. We've pretty much divested from the Black and Brown Coalition. We've divested from the People of Color Coalition. We're divesting from the Minorities Coalition. And now it's the Pan-African Coalition that we're divesting from. That's why I think that this is kind of where we're at in the whole timeline of just assessing all of these groups that we found ourselves to be a part of, but not to be reciprocal. So yeah, I just wanted to comment on that. I think it just shows how much power, just the conversation holds, and the reactions are very telling, very telling.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. The reactions actually, what's funny about it is the reactions is what got us to this situation in the first place.
Right.
Because, like I said, I didn't initially, the first video I saw that had even discussed the boycott wasn't the original video about the boycott. It was their condescending responses to the boycott. Zizi says she didn't even see the original video to the boycott. We have a whole bunch of people, hundreds of people in the room who can attest to the same thing, that their initial introduction to the boycott was by the responses. So they took the video and they was all like, oh, how dare you do this? And they were saying condescending things. And that's what made a lot of people like, oh, damn, okay. And I know some people who initially thought that maybe the boycott was a little bit too much in the beginning. But then over time, they're starting to see the disrespect and starting to see the responses. And then me all like, actually, you guys have convinced me to go along with the boycott that I might have initially thought was a little bit too much. But now that you guys are daring me, and you guys are talking down on me about doing this boycott, now I'm really about to see it through. So now that's what I'm saying. A lot of people talk about unity, and that was always supposed to be where we were supposed to be doing. That was always supposed to be the plan. But unfortunately, you can't do that if everybody's not unified. If everybody doesn't have the same agenda and is on code. In the United States military, everybody has to pledge their allegiance to the United States. Every soldier. There's not one soldier that's an exception. If you cannot pledge your allegiance to the United States, you cannot be a soldier in the military. Okay? You can't have an allegiance to another nation and then be a soldier in America. You can't do that. All right. That's where your allegiance needs to be. Our allegiance needs to be of Black empowerment. That's where our allegiance needs to be. And you can't be soldiers with somebody whose allegiance is to themselves. All right. And that's where we're at. And that's what we're recognizing. So yeah, this is, we got to see it through. We got to see it through.
What's up, y'all? Want to let me get my little quick
Yeah.
look?
Go ahead.
What's going on, Afro?
How you doing, brother?
Dog got the glasses on today like Malcolm. Okay.
Hold on, let me
Here they go. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
heading out, Afro. You have a blessed one. ZZ, BX, everybody, you have a blessed one, all right? Y'all be safe.
You too.
Gotta head out for
appreciate you.
You
my
too,
birthday tomorrow.
Marsha.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I gotta
Happy
leave a little
Happy
early for
happy
work
birthday,
tomorrow.
bro.
birthday.
Oh yeah,
Thank you
happy
so much.
birthday,
Have a
brother.
blessed one.
To
Happy birthday.
is it
Appreciate
your
you.
birthday?
My birthday, yeah, July 30th.
Oh, happy birthday, brother.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you, brother. Y'all be safe, all right?
All
Peace.
right.
Yeah, I come in here just to back y'all up, and if y'all need, I let BX know, sick me on anybody you need to sick me on, but when they come and bring that false ideology that they're doing much better than us here, that's why we're so called mad. I want everybody to just always refer to the Joint Economic Study, and also the American Sociological Association, that pretty much there's a study that showed
they have the sub-Saharan Africans amongst all of the diaspora. That's including Caribbean. They have the lowest measure. They have the lowest measures in socioeconomic well-being in America. Right. So this means that even though they're more than likely to graduate college in high honors, they still have a 50 percentile chance of being in poverty, right? And this is even compared to Caribbeans who don't even have as much as I would say scholarly prowess that they do, right? So when they like to play that game that they're doing very well, if you compare their top 10% that come from royalty, quote unquote, and money over in Africa to the top 10% Black Americans over here, they're getting completely destroyed, right? Numbers don't even, like, a lot of people don't even want to talk about facts and logic when they speak about this stuff because they're just so hurt that Black Americans are putting their foot down, right? But if there's 1.5 million Africans in America, right, how logically would you think that they would out earn 45 plus million people? That would be something that everybody around the world would marvel at. How does 1 point something 5 million Africans come and out earn 40? They would be out earning per capita YT Americans as well. So the logic behind it just, it's not sound at all, right? And even the average Black American in America is doing way by leagues of 20, right? This is a study showed by Cambridge. By leagues of 20, even the average Black American man is doing better than the average African migrant that comes over here, right? So it's just a lot of silly waffling that they're doing. And then this is the last thing I want to leave y'all with, and y'all can move on. In the HBCU college admissions process, it's actually, there's a lot of studies coming out showing that YT Americans are favorably interviewing African migrants as opposed to their Black American counterparts, even with comparable grades, right? Even with comparable grades coming there, they're actually practicing open discrimination against Black Americans, and are that's why they're the Africans are being overrepresented in the HBCUs. It's at like, I think it's at like 60 something percent, if I'm not mistaken. You know, so if you check out this thesis paper by Asia McCreary from the University of Vermont, she's basically telling you very plainly how there's hundreds of studies showing that they're literally just discriminating against Black Americans with similar credentials and allowing Africans to move into these places. So even with them collaborating, they still end up poor half the time, to me, which is that's just it, you know, that's poetic justice to me, right? But what we're seeing is the bloodline of the people who sold their own back in the day. They come in, they're making one more swing around. So, you know, we got to boycott them in the medical services. We got to boycott a lot of them are into like IT and things like that. Even if you're catching an Uber somewhere, right? If that Uber man name is Baba Tunde, cancel that Uber. You hear me? Cancel that Uber. So, you know, on a mass scale, we got to show them what we're talking about, because a lot of them are still super boastful, still bragging, still saying all of these just unfounded things, right? And, you know, a show of dominance is going to have to come. So I support it 100%.
Yes, indeed. You're saying it's very true. They're actually starting to come out and openly admit this now, that they've been that there's preferential treatment in the hiring practice, and not just the hiring practice, in the acceptance in HBCUs and things like that. They're showing that there was a YT man who was on the Reagan National Economic Forum, and he was all like, "Oh yeah, we deliberately picked Nigerians. There's a deliberate thing of Nigerians because they're still black." So you can literally still say, "Oh well, we have black people," but they deliberately select Nigerians just so they don't have Black Americans there. So this is something that we're starting to recognize. So let's be honest with it. So when people get up here and they talk about, oh, well, we're doing so much better, you're really not, okay? They're really not. I mean, they will make it seem like they living in skyscrapers and stuff like that. You're not doing that
For
much
real.
better, to be honest. You're really not. Because what you're doing is you're comparing what they do, the tethers, I mean, is they're comparing where they are to the stereotypes of where we are. All
Mm-hmm.
right. Most black Americans do not live the stereotypical super low, eating oodles and noodles for the rest of their life version that you guys think. We kind of doing straight, to be very
Mm-hmm.
honest. We doing a lot better than what the stereotype would lead you to believe. But what they do is they compare having a somewhat medium income, or you know what I'm saying, to straight up poverty, damn near homelessness. And we're not like that. So we got to speak all that. We got to speak it all. Okay. And we got to speak that truth to power. All right. Let's get to Michael.
How you doing, Afro Elite? How everyone doing? Well, really, I don't have too much to say. Y'all and ate up everything I had to say. I mean, y'all doing it over there. I'm talking y'all hitting all cylinders. But yes, pretty much, a lot of this stuff they doing in their own country, and instead of trying to build up their own country, they coming for us. And like you say, most of this stuff, it's about what they saying about our community, our ancestors. A lot of stuff, if they had a problem with whoever, decided to do the boycott or whatever this is, you should have been going at the individual. You don't attack all of America, Black America, and talk about our ancestors. It's crazy. But then not only that, you want to try to make people, stay in the group talking, about Foundation Black America. You know what I'm saying? What's your problem? What's your problem with, a person saying that they Foundation of Black America? You know what I'm saying? We're not Africans. Africa wasn't even a name when our ancestors was pulled into slavery. So why is you trying to make us, go with the name African? You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. It was built up in kingdoms during that time, and they keep saying we coming from West Africa. You know what I'm saying? You can say that, but all black peoples is not related. I don't care how they want to put that. You know what I'm saying? How they want to take that. It's, if you was to go by the scriptures, you know what I'm saying? It's certain people that the scriptures tell you God did not want you, dealing with. But that's another story. We're not dealing with that. You know what I'm saying? We're dealing with what's going on right now. My point is, they shouldn't be trying to force things on us that we have a right to not associate ourselves with them if we choose to, you know. But the main thing is it's just a lack, because most Black Americans is pan-Africanism. They love everyone, and they don't think, everyone over there is doing it, but it's just too much disrespect, and that's just point blank. And this ain't just started, this been going on, but the most recent thing, is with what happened in Louisiana, in New Orleans, about the Zulu thing, they came, it wasn't just South Africa, you know what I'm saying? About the situation, it was majority, a lot of countries in Africa came after us, and they stuck together. So now that we say we tired of it, and we trying to stick together or perform, a boycott or trying to tell them that we tired of it. Now y'all got a problem with us, but y'all was just sticking up for y'all peoples over there. Y'all was agreeing with them, running with them, and everything else. You know, uh, it's just crazy. So like I said, a lot of stuff y'all done said. Y'all and pretty much covered it. And even with the Caribbean, the islands, you know what I'm saying, they trying to turn the Caribbean folks against us. You know what I'm saying? Do they realize that those are our people just as well as they want to try to claim them? Do they realize that when in slavery that we was being transferred back and forth throughout the island, our people, you know what I'm saying, Black American, you know what I'm saying, the Louisiana, you know what I'm saying, they don't realize that, you know what I'm saying? And about Hades and everything, they don't realize that a lot of this stuff was going on. Them our relatives as well. They just on the islands. You know what I'm saying? That we was moved back and forth in slavery. The Jamaicans, that's what they sent you to when you had the real, how should I put it, the bad boys or whatever, the ones that was really, ready to fight. They sent them over there. You know what I'm saying?
That's terrible. But let's tell the truth, the entire truth. The
Right.
Caribbean needs an attitude adjustment as well.
Oh, I agree
You
with
know
you
what I'm
because I
saying?
have
We ain't
heard
gonna
them
put weight
say
on the
something
flag
too.
either.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm just saying that how no, I agree with you as far as that because I have heard them say, I'm just referring to that, you know what I'm saying? It's how they trying to, place us against them also, And it's some, you know what I'm saying? They got their feelings too, just straight playing out. But I know some of them that, they just tell them, you know what I'm saying? No, we going to sit on the side. But yeah, I agree with you. But
Well,
that's my
here's what I noticed, and thank you for interrupting me because there's some noise in the background. Here's what I noticed. Every time it seems like we're getting dogpiled, I see. Hold on. There's noise in the background. So I'm gonna just mute you out, give a response, and then we're gonna give it to Pretty Brittany, and then we're gonna start closing stuff up.
Afro, can I tell you this? Can I tell you this? So this just one person in the box. He's sort of a troll. You probably noticed him. If you take a peek in the box, you probably noticed some of his comments. It's on you. I didn't want to just let him up, and I didn't want to just kick him. In case you wanted to speak to him for
He's
yourself.
in the queue or he's in the
He's in the queue. He's in the queue.
um. No.
No, okay. All right, guys. So this is our wrap up. We're not accepting anybody else up on the panel at this time. But
Yeah,
okay,
we've been
Afro.
on here long enough. But I'm gonna say this. I posted a video on YouTube, and then I posted it on my Twitter account, right? Of an African woman. I'm not sure where she was from, but apparently she's African, but she lives in the UK, apparently. All right. And talking about what is Black American culture. Y'all don't got no culture. Y'all don't know what culture is. What is y'all tribe? Y'all don't got a tribe. And she went in talking about how we don't got a culture. So I saw the original video. I got it saved. I looked at the receipts, and in the receipts and stuff like that, I'm seeing Caribbeans being all like, I'm Caribbean and I agree with this. So it seems as if, from what I can see, it seems as if every time an African says something hostile towards us, you got the Caribbeans co-signing that. When Michael B. Jordan did his thing with Gervais drink, the rum, and the Caribbeans was getting on Michael B. Jordan about that, you had Africans co-signing that. Okay? So it seems as if every time one of them wants to get on us, the other one jumps in to co-sign and jumps in to get their licks in. So they both be kind of doing that against us, is what I'm starting to pick up on. Neither Both of them view themselves as more aligned than they view us. It's like some type of team against us that they have. You know what I'm saying? Because this is why Africans don't say that the Caribbeans don't have culture, but they'll say we don't have culture. You know. So yeah, that everybody need an attitude adjustment. Everybody need that. Everybody needs to get some straightening.
Seen that
Now
video
hold
you're
on.
referring
They just
to.
had a
What the
violation.
hell? I was about to say what?
I seen that video you're referring to, and I agree with
Harassing
you.
and bullying. Okay, well, we about to wrap stuff up
That's
anyway. I don't,
insane.
violation is by ZZ.
What the fuck did I do? Because I went back
You're
and forth with that
doing. You
girl.
have your wait 1 minute. You have your camera open. So if you have anything that they would consider contraband, anything, it could be anything. Anything that could have looked like a Jack Daniel's bottle, but I don't want to say LIQUOR. If it looked like that, they'll issue a violation. What did they
Yeah,
say, Afro? What was the
if you have
violation for?
your air filter thing and you see the steam coming from that or something like that, is any of that on? Like an air
Nah, it's
refreshener
not even
thing?
on.
I don't
This
know.
joint not even on. Mm. They said bullying and harassment.
They
What the
did
hell
say
y'all
bullying
say?
and
I should have
harassment.
reported
Was
that
that
video.
argument? It
So
probably was
yeah,
that
Probably.
somebody
argument.
circle back and
A little
started
late.
Yeah.
reporting ZZ.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Hey,
but
damn
we're wrapping
actress.
stuff
That's
up
crazy.
anyway. So
Oh, just so y'all know, the dude that he's like, I think he's like an IT tech person that runs like the algorithm of the creator program here on TikTok. Yeah, he's a Nigerian. So, so if you ever feel like you're getting a little bit unfairly censored in these rooms, I'm hearing this because it's ran by some collaborators. So that's all about that.
Mm.
yeah, yeah, it could be because
What the? Your live has been restricted for some audiences?
hold
What?
on,
Alright, let me get up
it
off
says
here before they
themes. It
ban me.
says the
Oh,
I'm
they
gonna have to
dietary
get the
they
fuck
live
up off
did.
here.
contains themes that some might
Nudity.
find uncomfortable.
One
Remove
minute.
dot. Dot has already been blocked. As
Close your camera, ZZ,
Alright.
please.
Cause
it's
what the
about it's
hell?
quote unquote.
But
It's
they
not even
said
about
ban,
anything.
so
It's
they
not
probably
even.
give.
But what they're saying is that it's something about her bullying and harassing, and it's got to do with that woman she was arguing with before, because her name just came up. But she's been blocked for like at least an hour at this point.
Yeah.
So this is, unless she has another account and she came back and then started reporting, because she's been blocked, and ZZ is the only one getting tagged with anything. But all right then. Because I don't know if turning your camera off is going to solve anything.
To drop and come back up,
Yeah, let me
ZZ,
do
just
that.
because.
Let me drop and come back.
Yeah.
But pretty Brittany, let's go ahead.
Oh, yes. I just thank you guys for this because for a minute I was like, it's starting to really settle. I'm thinking like this is just like a TikTok thing, but then you hit on the things that's happening in the government, which I'm going to look more into now because I'm not even aware of those things. And then also, it was on one live I heard the term pan goofy, and me before I identify as like a pan African or African American, whichever one, but now I'm starting to see why because I was a little like, oh, that's so offensive, but now I'm starting to get it because I know you mentioned like the thing about somebody saying we don't have culture, and the fact that they want us to more like almost bow down to them and put them on a pedestal. And I found myself actually doing that. And I'm noticing for them, though, it seemed like they have a hard time taking accountability. And I don't want to generalize them, but from the some of the lives that I've been in, in regards to those, it always seemed like one sided. Like we're so perfect, but you guys are the problem. Or they will identify as Pan African, but as soon as somebody from the FBA community who maybe have to get on their level or something, because I think both parts do it. But then I don't see the Pan African side. If you start for you to attack them, you got to talk about Section 8, fatherless babies, and all that, as if the continent is perfect. And I'm like, but all the people that you claim you want to unite with are catching all of these strays. So I definitely get it. I won't be able to boycott my Liberian babysitter, but as far as everything else, I'll be able to do that. But I wish more people on TikTok, especially the Africans who claim that's another thing that claim to be on our side or not, or who claim that they want to unite, right? Because even yesterday on the live, right before it ended, you guys had that Angolan lady up here, and then again on another live, it's an African American woman live, and like she got some vitriol towards FBA. I try to spread because I guess it's like this whole thing about, and people are confused on TikTok about what FBA people are and what FBA stand for. They have it like confused with a lot of different things. So I try to like explain the differences and things like that. But this lady, she ended up going, and she was all, oh, I understand that all of that as we left the live. I don't know if y'all can recall, but then she went and started attacking us again and bringing up the stereotypes and telling a FBA guy like, "Oh, I want you guys, you as men, to protect your women and to go to school." And I'm like, they do that. Like, I just get so confused. But do you have any YouTube videos that have like talking points for FBA people, and also talking points towards like the boycott? Because honestly, you BX and some of the other panelists, y'all like some of the only people that I can hear that I think express things real clearly. And not to say we gotta say things that's not offensive to people, because I don't believe in policing the way we speak or the way we do things. But for people that really understand, because they really, I think they get so lost in the members of FBA who do have to get on their levels and have to, call out all of the flaws that they have when they want to call out our flaws or call us slaves and stuff. And I think that's necessary as well. But I think it's some people that I think when they come onto this live, Africans, that they understand it a little better. Do you have any videos with talking points with those for those issues?
Yeah, yeah. You can go to Afro Elite on YouTube, and then you can go to For the Culture on YouTube. It's For the Culture on YouTube, and then Afro Elite on YouTube. ZZ also has a YouTube channel that's ZZ Rants on YouTube, and we talk about these things. And then we've been recently talking about like the African boycott of the African businesses, where we have been able to, and it's a lot better on YouTube because we've been able to actually pull up different videos, statistics, and different articles and things of the sort, so we can actually show you guys why we have what we're having. You know what I'm saying? So if you go on our YouTube channels, and the links are in the bios, if you go to our YouTube channels, then you'll be able to really get, some good information and talking points and stuff like that.
Yeah, I definitely understand. I think it's important because self-preservation, I think, is everything. And I even brought up the fact like that when I go into other spaces, and I do think it depends on which state you live in America. But I've been in a lot of states, and I never really see them supporting us. But I don't understand why they're so upset. I mean, I do, because I think it's more that, oh wow, like y'all basically like we call y'all's bluff basically now, and we won't stand for it, and they scared of that. But I don't understand, because it's like, what do they support of ours, for real, for real? But you upset that we not support, that we want to take a boycott and take a stand against supporting you now. Yeah, I definitely get it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, then. All right, let me see. Okay. ZZ, can you let me see. Let me see something real quick. Look, turn your camera on real quick, and then let's close this out the right way.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was afraid, but I was thinking that too, though.
So yeah, we had a pretty productive live, and like I said, shout out to our YouTube channels where we break this down in more detail. We show you guys the data, we show you guys the facts and the receipts. We can't really pull receipts up here on TikTok. We just have the conversation, but we have the receipts on YouTube so we can show you guys and do responses to different videos and things like that. So if you guys, we both have 2 individual YouTube channels, and the links to those are in our bios as well as our other social media. And then we have For the Culture, where we have a podcast Okay, and us all on YouTube. Okay, where we have a podcast. We physically have podcasts, and then we do lives, and then we take the TikTok lives, and then we put that on that channel. So if you guys want to listen to the playback of this, it's going to be uploaded soon on the For the Culture channel.
You want me to give me my final thoughts?
Yeah.
Okay. Final thoughts, man. First of all, you hating ass non-FBAs need to find somewhere else to spend your time other than in our comments and trying to be on the panel. Spreading that nonsense because I don't want to hear it. You got the right one. Number two, I do want to apologize too because I got out of character. I didn't want to do that. Didn't want to do it. I'm gonna try not to do it, but I'm gonna check that shit now every time. Okay. I'm gonna just try to do it more relaxed. Okay. But number three, we definitely have to gatekeep. We definitely need to participate in this boycott. It is a necessity. And honestly, it might need to last more than 30 days. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how we feel where we at, after these 30 days in August. But I don't know, it might need to last past that. I'm not pressed to go back to no African British. I done gave a few a chance, and I done had a few egregious predicaments I've been in. Okay. Giving them chance after chance. So, I mean, I'm not really, we need a Black American owned braiding shops. We need to support Black American owned businesses. We need to circulate our dollar in our communities. And the love has to be reciprocated. There is no unity when it's just one-sided. So, until we see that unification on both sides, on the other side, it's not real, until we see y'all supporting our businesses the way we do, until we see y'all respecting our culture the way we do, then yeah, we're going to continue to boycott. You're going to have to continue to feel it in your pockets the way we feel it in our chests. When y'all want to come at us with these egregious talking points, so yeah, it's about time. It's definitely, it's more than about time. And again, it's more than just the disrespect. It's the underlying pushback and infiltration within our communities, but more so within politics. When y'all trying to undermine us while looking like us or trying to act like us. So yeah, it has to be, again, unity has to be on both sides. Y'all got to check your own people. Y'all want to come in here yelling at us? I hope you've been in 15 other African rooms yelling at them first. Before you came here and told us what we need to talk about or what we need to focus on. Focus on your people. Focus on what you can do with your community, with those you have access to. And then, we can handle us. We got us. So, yeah, but that's about it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And thank you for the gifts. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, and thank you all for the gift. Y'all have been so generous, and we appreciate that. I want to say this, closing, and then we're going to have BX close us out. I'm gonna say this is not about hating nobody. I don't want to preach hate. I don't want you guys to hate Africans or Caribbeans or Black people from anywhere else in the world. No, this has never been about that. We have not lost the plot. I ain't lost the plot. I know exactly what I need to be doing. We know exactly what we need to be doing, and we're doing it. The thing is that what we have too many people whose allegiance is to themselves or to their own ethnic group, and they're working against what's in the best interest of us. Okay, they're working as collaborators and saboteurs in our community. All right, and it's about time they get addressed. So this is not about hate. This is about solution. Sometimes the medicine you take is nasty, and right now this is a very nasty medicine. But y'all got to get y'all dose, and y'all got to get the full amount of it. Okay, until we know for a solid fact that you guys are absolutely better. All right, now we got a lot of people trying to come up, and I appreciate you guys, but maybe next time, because we are about to close this. We've been on here for a few hours now, so yeah, we've been on here for a long enough time, and we got to close things out. So, but thank you guys. Follow us for next time, though. This is about that. This is about that, and the behavior that we're seeing, the behavior that we're seeing, will change with or the effect we see that we want to see. We'll start to see that with change behavior, not an apology, because somebody come out and be like, "Hey, y'all, my bad." But the thing is that it needs to be changed behavior. That's the thing. It needs to be changed behavior. And right now, we're not seeing that change in behavior among enough of you guys. So we're going to keep the pressure on. There are some people who are not going to let up at all, period. Some people said, I'm done with y'all indefinitely. Some people are not on that page, but enough are on the page that as of right now, y'all need to be checked. And that's the problem. All right. So right now, what you guys, for the people who are preaching about unity and camaraderie and allyship, what you all need to be doing is you all need to be going to the source of the issue, not us. Don't go to the people who are responding. Go to the people who started the issue. Okay, go to the aggressor and address the aggressor of the problem and the initiator of the issue. All right, instead of policing how people respond, which is really telling people to stand down, and that's not what we're going to do anymore. This is the only way to solve the problem at this point. This is the only way to solve the problem, is gotten to this. And because of the responses, even when y'all heard it, because of the responses, we got to see it through all of the way. We have to see it through. We got to see it through. But we appreciate you all. We had hundreds of people in here, and we still got more people who want to come up. We really do, but we really do gotta go. This is past 10 o'clock. It's bedtime. You know what I'm saying? We've been here for a good minute now. We do gotta go. I'm sorry for everybody. Y'all just make sure y'all follow so we can have another conversation soon, and you guys can join and be a part of that. All right. EX, can you close us out, please?
Sure. So, I got to ask you, when will you become? I'm not going to say come back soon because sometimes I think I need to unplug from here. But we do enjoy you. You do have a base. And as you can see, your numbers, as soon as you went live, you had about 250 in the room. Right now, as it stands, you have 111,000.9K likes. So there are, yes, people do resonate with your platform, Afro. They resonate with you. They resonate with ZZ. So when will you host your next TikTok live?
Let me see. Because I guess I'm gonna do Thursday. I don't know. Because I guess something to do in the afternoon tomorrow. Then I have my live stream. And then I have something to do Thursday, and then I have my live stream. So it could be tomorrow or Thursday. I'm gonna say that it could be tomorrow or Thursday.
Y'all heard him, y'all.
It won't be a super long one though.
No, it doesn't have to be. Tomorrow I do have a meeting at 7 p.m. It'll probably last an hour or so. So if you go in the afternoon and we end by 6:37, that's fine. At least they'll get. I think they appreciate your platform because for the most part, it is calm. Everybody has a voice. They're not being just dropped unless they do something outrageous. So they do appreciate the platform. So I think no matter what time you go live, and I wanted to kind of see if you would try a morning show, but I think you're busy. But I mean morning, like 9, 10, see how you do then. Because you have all demographics that would love to catch you, on TikToks. They're just more comfortable here. So whatever you decide, Afro, just let me know. Today I was surprised. I seen you just shared the live. I was like, wait, he didn't answer my message. I didn't know we were going live, but I dropped everything, of course, and came running. So whenever you decide, just let me know. And I want to say this to ZZ. I'm sorry that happened to you. I never thought that she would go after you. She probably is a regular. The period on her name seems familiar because they do stuff like that, so we don't really know what to call them. Right then and there, I said, if this doesn't equate to jealousy for the rest of everybody else, then I don't know what would. Because she doesn't know you. You don't really come on here and do too much. You don't be on the panels. You come right here to Afro Elites Live. And I believe you had 1 or 2 lives of your own, right? But it's nothing dramatic. Like, you know how they be like, BX is aggressive, BX is... That's because I got a presence on here. I'm on panels and stuff like that. And so I think it was jealousy. that you are everything she's not. She has to cosplay. She talks in our vernacular. She probably wears our hairstyles. And so, therefore, she's cosplaying a foundational Black American, but you are one. And that burns her. And that's why she came at you. I want to say this too. I'm going to try to keep it short. Liberia is coming to our attentions, and what they try to do is crowbar their way in. And there was one time, and I noticed the women, though, automatically, they said, well, I'm Liberian, you know, I have American descent. And then they attacked Black American women. So I said, yeah, they're culturally African. They had their ethnogenesis over there, so they view things differently than me. But you know what I saw one day? One man that actually made me feel sad because he was on the panel and it seemed like he was talking our language, talking to his Africans, telling them everything that we were trying to say. Do you know one day, because I like to follow certain FBA rooms to hear them speak because they are very articulate and they do get our point across. Do you know I seen him going at one of my favorite FBA? And I said, but wait, is that you, sir? We was just in another line. He said, yeah, BX, it's me. And I said, these mother... You know what I'm saying? So we do know that the Caribbean, not only Black Americans from the United States went to Liberia. So when you're talking about you're an Americo Liberian, you got to prove your lineage. Honey, I had to prove mine. Okay? So you can't just come up here and act like America is the only one that went to establish Liberia. And then you can't say that we did this and we did that over there when the Caribbean went to. We're holding all accountable. If you got smoke for us and I know the Caribbean went there, well, guess what, honey? Now you got to show your lineage because I need to know who you really are. You don't get to crowbar into our spaces no more because the moment we trusted you, guess what? You went around fellow Africans and went after one of our own. I don't appreciate that. So yeah, they do stuff like that, Afro.
Yeah, you're right.
I'll land there.
Right. The same way with that video of somebody not liking fufu or whatever African dish that was. They didn't say nothing about the Caribbeans who didn't like fufu. They only said something about Black Americans who didn't like fufu. You know, so it's this thing of they really view each other as like relatives and not us. You know,
Yeah.
so we got to call that out. We got to address that.
So I want to say peace, love, light, and reparations to my foundational Black Americans, and I'll catch you on your next live, Afro. And ZZ, next time you go live, share it to me, and I'll come peek in.
Oh, okay, cool. I got you.
All right.
Peace, y'all.
Peace.
Let me see.
Afro Thursday is better for me. Just saying. I work all day tomorrow.
Yeah,
So you
Thursday
choose.
is kind of, yeah, I was leaning on that anyway.
Okay, cool. Thursday work.
All right. Peace, everybody.
All right, peace. Be one.
Afro.